Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery must take direction from security to evacuate, and council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to the ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of my council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
So everyone is here. Councillor Hamilton, can you move the adoption of the agenda, please?
Yes, absolutely. I will move adoption of the agenda with the following changes: the deletion of item 7 or 3.4 to amend the Crystalline and Nera East Neighborhood Structure Plan, and 3.5 bylaw 20929 to allow for medium scale housing Crystalline and Nera East.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Oops, sorry. Oh, Councillor Principe, you have questions on this? Go ahead, please.
Yes, I do have a question. I was just wondering if administration could let us know why there is a recommendation to delete these items?
Thank you. The applicant has requested that it be deleted for some changes they'd like to make to the application.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's no one right in opposition. Okay, got it. Okay, that's great. So please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jens.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? I see none. Explanation of the public hearing process. Okay. All right. So before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear a full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotional response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's meeting. Now, the explanation of public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of the people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who register to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there is a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has made presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time to hear from your panel. So with that, I go to clerk, may you please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak on bylaw 20925 to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan, bylaw 20926 to amend the Uplands Neighborhood Structure Plan, and bylaw 20927 to allow for a range of small-scale housing and small to medium-scale housing, respectively, the Uplands?
In favor, we have Christine Lee to answer questions only. Christine, are you here? Joining remotely, sorry. There you are. And Rihanna Rahman to answer questions only from Qualico, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Items 3.4 and 3.5 were deleted from the agenda. Items 3.6 and 3.7 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20923 to amend the McConaughey Neighborhood Structure Plan, and bylaw 20924 to allow for a range of small-scale housing, McConaughey?
In favor, we have Dylan Hunchak to answer questions only, Anthem Properties in person. There you are. Emily Smith to answer questions only, Anthem Properties in person. Thank you. And Keith Davies, Stantec in person. Okay, thank you. And in opposition, we have Lee Wanske in person. There you are. Thank you so much for joining us. That is it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we did get a last-minute registration for 3.6 and 3.7 in opposition. I believe the name is Ever Hernandez.
Ever? What was the last name, sorry?
Hernandez.
We will check if Ever Hernandez is joining. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
Item 3.8 and 3.9 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20919 to amend the Millwoods Town Center Area Redevelopment Plan and bylaw 20920 to allow for a taller high-rise building next to the Millwoods LRT stop, Millwoods Town Center?
In favor, we have Mark Huberman to answer questions only, McLeod Development Group in person. Thank you. Greg McKenzie to answer questions only, Collaborative Futures in person. Thank you. And Bill Blaze to answer questions only, McLeod Development Group in person. Thank you so much. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20931 to allow for medium-scale housing Virginia Park?
We have in favor Sylvia Summers, Stantec Consulting Limited, remote.
May I, Mr. Mayor? I have a presentation if this item is selected.
Yes, it will be selected because we have members of public registered to speak in opposition. And Demir Blazeka to answer questions only, Stantec Consulting Limited, remote.
Correct, President.
Thank you. And Bijan Manani to answer questions only, Ever Real Estate Developments, remote.
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And in opposition, we have Sherry Heschuk in person. Thank you. And Joel Heck in person. Thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. Mayor, we did get one more speaker in opposition as well.
Okay, just hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the name of the person, please?
Donna Stadensky,
Septensky?
in person.
Donna Strensky? There you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20930 to allow for medium-scale housing Strathcona?
In favor, Sylvia Summers, Stantec Consulting Limited.
I have a presentation if this item is selected.
Yep. And Demir Blazeka to answer questions only, Stantec Consulting Limited.
Correct.
And Bijan Minani to answer questions only, Ever Real Estate Developments.
Present, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20896 to allow for medium-scale housing Sherwood?
In favor, we have Rhiannon Swans, Clarity Development in person. There you are. And Croy Johnston to answer questions only, Belgian Development in person. Okay.
Hello. Yeah,
Oh, there you are.
I'm online.
Okay, virtual. Okay. And no one is in opposition. And Rowan, are you to make a presentation or to answer questions? If selected. Okay, thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20917 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing Idlewild?
In favor, we have Daniel Benizon to answer questions only in person. There you are. Mike Benizon to answer questions only in person. Thank you. And Pio Patrizzi to answer questions only in person. Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20933 to allow for the continued use of the Dame Eliza Kleiner residence, a designated municipal historic resource, and to allow for a mix of residential, commercial, and community uses within the existing building with Kentowin?
In favor, we have Jay Booth, Situate Inc. in person. Here you are. Antonio Rizutov to answer questions only, Little Village Wellness Center. There you are in person. Okay. Pina Martinovich to answer questions only, Little Village Wellness Center. Remote. Nope. Wen's Long to answer questions only, Little Wellness Village Center. Little Village Wellness Center, sorry, joining remotely. Nope. All right, and no one is in opposition.
Is anyone here to speak to bylaw 20921 to allow for a mid-rise mixed-use building that is compatible with the old Strathcona Provincial Historic Area, Queen Alexandra?
In favor, Marcelo Figueira to answer questions only. Green Space Alliance in person. There you are. Dale Ewing to answer questions only. Remote. Dale? No?
Yes, I'm here.
There you
I'm,
are.
I'm
Okay.
present.
Mike Winnetoy to answer questions only. Remote. Mike? Nope. Ed Gooch to answer questions only. EFG Architects, Inc. Joining remotely. Ed Gooch? No. Connor Gooch to answer questions only. EFG Architects, Inc. remotely. Okay, and no one is in opposition.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20877 to allow for a small-scale mixed-use development, Laurier Heights?
In favor, Andrew Olson to answer questions only. EINS in person. There you are. And Ryan Edick to answer questions only. Ryan Edick, EINS in person. There you are. And in opposition, we have Christine McCord Reed, Laurier Heights Community League, remote. Joining remotely. Christine?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. Mark Jones in person or remote? Sharon Bailey in person or remotely? Nope. Lana Riddle, remote or in person? Nope. Janice McDorrell in person or remote? Nope. Stephen McCowan, remote or in person? Stephen?
I'm here remote.
Thank you. Okay.
Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20918 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Glenora?
In favor, Allison Rosland, Situate Inc. in person. Thank you. And in opposition, Paul Conquest in person. Thank you. Wendy Antoniak, Old Glenora Conservation Association, remote. Wendy? In person or remote? She was. Okay, we'll call those names again once we get to that item. Okay.
Is there anyone to speak to bylaw 20932 to allow a new high-rise building and the continued use of an existing high-rise building, Wakantowan? Oliver.
In favor, we have Mark Huberman to answer questions only. Situate Inc. in person or remote. Yeah, though you are sorry, Mark. Should have looked to this side. Okay. Joe Tikalsic?
Yeah, present remotely. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison Rosland in person. Jeff Booth in person. Okay. In opposition, we have Robert Walker in person. There you are. Natasha Toffoli in person, as well as Donna Lux in person. Thank you. Oh, you're in person. Okay. Says remote. Okay. That is it. Okay. Thank you. Selections, colleagues. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd like to select item 3.16.
3.16. Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. 3.17.
3.17. Okay. Councillor Tang.
3A39, please.
3.8, 3.9. Councillor Salvador.
310, please.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
3.18, please.
Councillor Paquette, you were trying to sign on?
Yeah, I'm trying to log on.
Yep.
3637.
3637. Okay, any other selections? Okay, so we have selected 3.6, 3.7 Councillor Paquette, 3.8, 3.9 Councillor Tang, 3.10 Councillor Salvador, 3.16 Councillor Hamilton, 3.17 Councillor Knack, and 3.18 Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cardmell.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.11, 3.12, 3.13, 3.14, and 3.15.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
I'm yes.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We're just waiting on one vote.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes.
Sorry, it seems like we were running into some issues, but it is carried unanimously.
It is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of those aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of those aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20925, bylaw 20926, bylaw 20927, bylaw 20930, bylaw 20896, bylaw 20917, bylaw 20933, and bylaw 20921.
Second.
Thank you. So please vote for the final readings.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. With that, we are going to go to 3.6, 3.7, which are cross-referenced, and it is selected by Councillor Paquette, and we're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning, Councillor. It's Travis here. Just before we get on to the presentation, you might notice a change in the front bench lineup. I just would like to introduce Shauna Kuiper as our new Director of Planning Coordination. You might recognize her from such hits as district planning and the plan repeal process. So welcome and congratulations, Shauna.
Well, Shauna, go ahead. Are you starting with this?
Good morning and thank you. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
All right, back to regular scheduled programming. Good morning. This application proposes to rezone an undeveloped 4.6 hectare site in the McConaughey neighborhood from agricultural zone, or AG, to the small scale flex residential, or RSF zone. The rezoning is accompanied by an amendment to the McConaughey neighborhood structure plan to facilitate the proposed rezoning. The NSP amendment acknowledges the relocation of a pipeline right-of-way into the Transportation and Utility Corridor, or the TUC, which provides a minor boundary adjustment to the plan area and redesignates 0.71 hectares of land from medium to low-density residential. The proposed rezoning will allow the development of small-scale residential in a variety of built forms to a maximum height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The application area is located south of the Anthony Henday TUC and east of the 66th Street Northwest, in the northwest corner of the McConaughey neighborhood. Generally, the land in this area represents the remaining undeveloped area within the neighborhood. At the time the NSP was created, a pipeline right-of-way existed within the plan area. However, it was planned for relocation into the TUC. This occurred but for the north portion of the pipeline right-of-way that abuts the proposed rezoning into the west. There was no room within the boundary of the TUC due to the interchange. After consultation with the province, it was agreed in principle that the remaining right-of-way lands, or 0.32 hectares, would be gifted to the province by the owner through the subdivision process for inclusion within the TUC and removed from the boundary of the plan. ETS operates local and school special bus service in McConaughey Boulevard, south of the proposed rezoning. Next slide, please. Administration reached out to the public with mailed notices on March 16, 2023 and June 24, 2024. A sign was placed on the site April 19, 2023 and was updated in July. Information was placed on the city's website as well. Notification for this application occurred prior to the approval of zoning bylaw 20,001 and included a proposed rezoning to RA7 of the zoning bylaw 12800 for the balance of the land redesignated to medium density residential. 4 citizens were heard from, all generally opposed to apartment housing under the RA7 zone. However, the application was revised and is no longer pursuing any redesignation or rezoning on that site. Any rezoning. The concerns included not enough small park space in the neighborhood and questions about what would be developed adjacent to one citizen's single detached lot. We heard from 2 citizens after the public hearing notice was sent out who were concerned that the proposed rezoning would allow high-rise condominium development. While multi-unit housing is possible under the RSF zone, it is not considered high-rise development and would only go to a maximum height of 12 meters. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies McConaughey as a redeveloping neighbor area and is located in the Northeast District Plan, which identifies the area as urban mix and includes policy to refer to the McConaughey NSP for further planning direction. The urban mix includes housing, shops, services, and offices in one land use category. This provides opportunities for a mix of housing types close to businesses and services that meet the daily needs of residents. It includes standalone residential and commercial development as well as mixed-use development. The proposed rezoning complies with the district plan and the McConaughey NSP as amended. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it's supported by the city plan, helps facilitate the completion of the McConaughey neighborhood, and is compatible with surrounding existing and planned land uses. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to folks in favor to see if they have presentation to make. Daniel Hunchak was to answer questions only, Emily Smith to answer questions only, Keith Davies, you have a presentation or you are questions only? Just questions only, okay. Colleagues, do you have questions to folks in favor? That we go to, if there are questions to folks in favor, then we'll go to those questions. Then we will come to committee members registered in opposition. Okay. Okay. There are no questions at this time. We will go to hear from members of the public who have registered to speak in opposition. So please come to the front here. You are here in person. Lee Wansky, right? So please come up. And Evan Hendricks. So please, Evan, as well, both of you. Yeah. Yeah. This might be your first time participating in the public hearings. I just want to remind you quickly that each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And so we will hear from you first. Then council members may have questions to you after that. So please go ahead. If you move close to the mic and make sure here you go. We can hear you now.
The first one mentioned there, the AG to RSF in McConaughey rezoning. When we first bought our houses there, the builders showed us the plan for this area as being front attached garage houses. So we were not aware that it was going to be changed, but then we did get this in the mail saying that this was going to be changed. So actually there's quite a few people in our neighborhood who are against, but they weren't able to be here today. Prior commitments. But we don't want it to be changed from front attached garage houses to low-rise condominiums or any kind of condominiums, really. We would like it to maintain what was presented to us by the builders who sold us the house, saying that they will change now, would change the value of our houses, would increase traffic in our area, and none of these things were presented to us, which would have made a difference whether we actually bought and built houses in this neighborhood. So we would like to say no to that.
That's it. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go to Evan. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Ever Hernandez. Like my counterpart here, I bought my house a little over pretty much like a year ago. And you know what, I've invested in doing the landscaping, doing all that sort of stuff. And same thing, I bought it from Anthem. So the developer here with Stantec. And the plan that they proposed when I went to look at it was, like he said, you know what, there was a plan in a corner for some multi-scale houses, but what they're proposing now is going from medium density, like they showed in the slide, to high density, right? Or medium to low scale housing, right? So I'm like myself and lots of our neighbors we feel like, you know what, I sold my previous place in Lakeview district where I had a house and everything. I wanted something bigger. And then I just felt like, okay, well, if they were planning on doing this, they should have had the proper plan in place already. Not try to sell all these people, like, you know what, whether it's first-time house buyers or second-time house buyers like myself, who are trying to get something a little bit bigger because I wanted to get off Main Street. So, you know what, I have kids. I didn't want all the traffic in the area. And so we moved to an area that was supposed to be our forever home, and now if they want to, you know what, start bringing in, how did they say it? condos and like up to 12 meters and stuff like that, I feel there's a lack of privacy now, because now they're going to be looking over the fence onto our properties, right? Like, so you know what, when you have maybe a house in behind you, and basically you get to know those neighbors and you feel comfortable with, you know what, maybe a couple neighbors like looking into your backyard. Now when you have 20 or 30 people looking into your backyard, that's not very nice. Second, I do work with Edmonton School Board, and I'm kind of concerned also with bringing more people into the area. Like before, it was going to be like a medium density. Our schools in the area are already overpopulated, so now you're going to be bringing in more kids, more traffic. So where are all these kids going to go? I'm concerned also that it's going to affect our housing prices, because when I bought my house, it was like one of up here. Now you're bringing in condos or like 3 stories, and now it's going to obviously drop. So who's going to foot the bill on that, right? My other concern is, like, you know what, like maybe we should look at putting some parks in the area, because I don't see very many parks at McConaughey, right? Like, that's all I can think of right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, both of you. Now we'll see if we have council colleagues have questions to you. And this was exempted by Councillor Paquette. I know you're trying to sign on, right? So Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And because of that, I don't have your names. I'm so sorry if you wouldn't mind repeating your names for me.
My name's Lee Woodsky.
Lee Woodsky, okay.
And I am Ever Hernandez.
Okay, great, thank you. So I guess the first question is, in reading the report, it looks like we're moving from medium density in this change down to low density, which means less people. Does that change your perception on what's in front of us today?
Yeah, it's a little bit of confusion about the medium density and low density, but we're not really that familiar with the medium and low density, but we do know what this piece of paper says is that they can build condos there. And the original plan was front attached garages. So whatever the designation is not really what we're talking about. What we're talking about is changing it from front attached garage houses to any kind of condominium, whether it's lower or higher, or it doesn't really matter. We don't really want condominiums in our area because that's not what we bought. That's not what we paid for.
Okay, so yeah, and this is the challenge because the city doesn't build these things, right? It's the developers. So if the developer showed you a plan and then changed it, they're legally allowed to do that. There's nothing to really say they can't, because it's their land, and if they changed what they told you, and I'll ask with administration about that. So I guess the next question is, so you seem to have a concern between the original type of housing versus condo housing. Is there a reason for it if that means that there's less people actually living in the area?
Yes, that is the thing, is that we do want less people, but also we paid a price. You know, the builder, the developer, I think it's Anthem, right? Said that they would be front attached garage houses. So the price that they charged us is based on that information that they gave us. So therefore, that would be, okay. I don't know what the word would be used. I don't want to use a bad word, but it would be, I don't want to say fraud because it wouldn't be fraud, but it's not really
it was probably the best information they had at the time,
maybe
right?
Ethical would be the right word. Is that it's not ethical to say that you're going to build front attached garage houses, charge us a certain price for the land and the house, and then after we've built it, we're living there, then say, okay, now we're going to change it to condominiums. Now that's a different price for this house and this land.
Right. So it's just the build form you don't like, that it's a condo? That's like condos you don't like? Is that what it is? Like, you just don't like the idea of condos?
Of course.
I'm trying to understand, yeah.
Yes.
And I understand what you're saying about, like, you were told it was going to be one way, now it's the other. I'm assuming, and I'll ask the proponents, but I think it's because, like, the housing landscape has changed in those years, so I'm not sure, but I'll find out for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
So the housing landscape about like what is in demand and to be built might have changed over the years. So the business calculation has changed for them. I'll ask, I'll find out why there's that change. Is that helpful for you?
Like I said, I mean, well, all the people on this street here, on this plan, everybody, even though they couldn't be here, is against it. And I know that they should be here and saying that they're against it, but you know, some people have difficulties with their children going to school right now and everything, and they can't be here. So I understand they should be here saying no, but they are saying no. We're saying no because we were sold this as a land next to front attached garage houses, which changes the value of the land. So when you change the development, it changes the value of the houses that we already bought. So we are saying no.
Okay, so, and I'll ask about that too, about if it actually changes the value of your house as well, and that way we can answer that question too. Unfortunately, you know, a proponent, like the person who wants to build, could then say to me, well, we talked to the neighbors and they all said yes. And without them being here, I can't take the weight of that either one way or the other. Does that make sense?
I understand that.
Yeah, okay. But I really, really thank you for coming out. I'll ask questions of administration, try to address some of this stuff.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor. So again, thank you both for being here today. So I just wanted to make sure I summarize what I heard. So essentially, when you went in to maybe look at a show home, you had a map, something given to you that was suggesting that they were only going to build a front attached single family home. Is that like, so you went in, the salesperson probably gave you some information, and that's what you were using. Is that correct?
That's correct. And even that salesperson lives right across from me.
Interesting. Okay. The
reason, and she still has that.
Yeah, and so the reason I ask is I think, and just touching, sort of piggybacking off Councillor Paquette, is that when this plan was first approved in 2016, so before the first home was built, this parcel of land that we're talking about was designated for medium density, which would allow for a substantially larger building with far more people than what you were shown in the advertisement, meaning, which is sort of frustrating here, ignoring the advertisement, what was actually allowed, or what is actually allowed today, is something larger than what is being asked for now, meaning if council said no today to this, the applicant could come with a rezoning application that is in alignment with this plan, which would allow for a larger building with more units than what we're talking about now. So I guess I wanted to get your take on that because, you know, these plans again are approved from the start, and I know what you're going to say because it's frustrating. Is that they clearly didn't show you this plan, which was approved in 2016 before the first home built. You were shown something entirely different that does not align with what is actually before us. The challenge we run into as council is that our role is to typically, when a neighborhood structure plan comes forward, we set this out, we approve it, and then we typically approve zoning that goes with. And so my worry is that a no vote doesn't actually mean you getting single family homes with garages in front. It could actually mean a substantially larger building that is actually in alignment with the current plan. So that's sort of what I wanted to get your take on, which is that I appreciate you're not wanting either scenario of a larger building or a somewhat smaller building, but right now that's sort of what's before us today, which is that right now it's a larger building. We're being asked to approve something smaller than what could be there today. And I wouldn't mind your thoughts on that.
So originally, like you said, you said that they had the potential to build something bigger, and they did, but like on that plan, it was right in the corner, right? So it would have been away from all our houses and stuff like that, which there are already like a number of huge apartment buildings and whatnot in the area, but they are, like for us, it would have been right in the corner. So maybe that's why it would have been from medium to now they're going to lower scale. But now they want to put condos everywhere.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I'm just trying to, again, looking at the map here. So the thing is, right now, you sort of have two parcels on this original neighborhood structure plan, and you were being told that the only part of those two parcels was going to be the one furthest away from you.
Yes.
And that was being told to you by the builder. They
by
were
the
showing that
builder.
information
And to
to
this date, I think they still have that plan.
Yeah.
Like in their show home and stuff like that. So, like, you know
Mhm.
what, if like this has been in the works for a long time, so all the people that have been going to these show homes, like, why aren't you telling them the truth?
Mm-hmm. Yep. We've run into that from time to time, and not only is it frustrating for us, it's obviously even more frustrating for the people that live there when people are getting one piece of information and not getting what was approved back in this by this council in 2016. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure I understand and confirm this. When you bought your properties, right? And did you buy it from Anthem? Okay. And what they presented to you at the back of your house, and you was rendering of actually single-family homes with front garages. I'm sorry. Lee? Yeah.
He bought from Anthem,
Yeah.
I bought from Park Royal.
And do you have the similar?
The person who lives across from me is the Park Royal salesman, and a sales lady, and she still has that plan that shows front attached garages.
Yeah, and you had that similar plan presented to you that in the future there will be single-family homes with front attached garages. And not only, but you actually saw the rendering of those.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure because we're going to ask that question to the proponent because that is very important to clarify what was presented to you. Right. Okay. Good. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that. That concludes the question. I'll take the chair back.
Chair
sorry,
return.
sorry, and I'll go to Councillor Wright. You have questions?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
trying to load here, or trying to get on the board. I just and it's Ever, is it? Yeah. Just the concern about the schools. So there was just I think a recent report from the chair of the Edmonton Public School Board, indicating that I think it's 50 new schools that Edmonton needs in the area. You're aware of that?
Yep.
Yeah, and the funding for that, for the design, the planning, construction, and all that, you're aware it comes from the province, right? So, I mean, I think all of our communities are faced with lack of schools and that. I know the area that I moved into 35 years ago, we were told there was going to be a high school, and it just opened this year.
Yeah.
So, so we've got a long time to wait. So I'm just wondering, where would you, sort of given that information, I guess, where would you think would be a better place to have some of this higher density than a single family?
Well, just across the street, Crystalina is already offering condos, duplexes, and front attached homes, and it's just across the street, and they're actually advertising it, right? So there is going to be potentially a new Crystalina school going in across the street, like on the other side of 66th Street. But you look at Christ the King, that school was built in for 1,000 kids. It's already at 1,300 kids, right?
Yeah.
And it's only going to go up and up and up. There's only going to be a certain amount that Crystalina School is going to be able to take on too, with like the booming going on there and everything building. So where are all these kids going to fit?
Right, and so, yeah, I mean, the Crystalina School
And it's
isn't
still-
necessarily going to be a go in the next
Well, it's
10
still probably 2 to 3 years away at this point, right?
from a planning state.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even,
Yeah.
and I don't know where that fits on the school board's list of requests to the province, so. Yeah, I don't, yeah, I mean, because that is a concern for me too, that the schools are overcrowded. But I just wanted to sort of get your take on that. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us. If you don't mind stepping back, sorry. If you don't mind, or you can stay there. Or actually, if you don't mind stepping back into the chairs where you're sitting, because we're going to call up on we go to administration next, and we'll have questions may have questions to you as well later on. So we're going to go to administration for questions. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so there's a few issues here. I'd like to separate them a little bit. So the first is that, the folks in the community say that they were shown a different kind of map, different planning. So put that there. The other one is the fact that our populations are growing, but we're not getting the same provincial support that we require for those growing populations. We'll put that there. And the next is the density of the area, and we'll put that there. And then the last one is value of homes. Okay, so let's start with the last one first. And so the concern is that this will reduce the value of the homes if these things are built. And I'm just wondering if that is the case that we find in other parts of the city or even in other municipalities when you get changes like this.
Thank you for outlining the questions as such, Councillor Paquette. I think one of the challenges with answering them as pulled out is that there are things that we don't take into account when we're looking at rezoning, such as property values or land tenure. So whether it's condo or ownership is not something that we would consider. I also think that there is a general misunderstanding.
I'm just going to interrupt you really quickly. For people who are listening, it's not that we don't consider it because we don't care. We don't consider it because this is a land use conversation and we can't bring in the financials into it.
We're not allowed to, correct, yes, sorry. And in this case, I think in addition, the additional layer that's being brought in here is a misunderstanding of the application at hand and potentially when changes had been made in the past. So if you wouldn't mind me using some of your time to just outline that very quickly, I think that will help alleviate some of the confusion. The original plan as approved in 2006 had the parcel, I think that's in question. If the clerks could bring up slide number 4, that would probably be helpful. The area outlined in red on slide number 4, I don't know what slide that is. Go backwards, I think. Yeah, that one. So in the middle, that's slide 4. That's the piece that was originally approved as low density, or LDR for its designation. In 2016, it was bumped up to medium density so that it could allow for street-oriented housing. They're actually bringing it back to the original form, which is probably what was originally sold. I can't make any claims as to the timing of that, but that sounds to me like a likely cause of some of the confusion.
So just to be clear, it was low density. It got bumped up to medium density.
Correct.
And in this application, we're bringing it back to lower density, less people.
That is correct, yes. And so I think that's part of the mapping confusion there. In terms of the population or school support from the province, there's really, other than us providing accurate density numbers so that they're able to do the best planning that they can, there's not really a significant amount of influence for us. And then the density is actually going to go back down very slightly. It's a relatively small portion of the neighborhood. It's the last build-out portion. So there's not a significant decrease in the density, but it is going to come back down. And the intent from the applicant does appear to be, although, again, they're able to build whatever they would like to within the zones that would fit that. They are intending, as per the communications, to do single detached housing with front attached garages. So that is part of just clarifying for the people in opposition.
Okay, so
I think that touches
it's
on
not
all
going to be
four.
just a sea of condominiums. There's a variety of form in there.
There could be a variety of form in there.
There could be a variety of form.
And again, whether they decide to approach that as a condominiumized site with single detached houses or with row houses, we have no guarantee either way, but it will be low density residential as designated within the plan.
Okay, and we can't really speak to the decisions the province makes or doesn't make as far as adequate school support.
No, we cannot.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the answers to Councillor Paquette's questions. I think where I want to start, or I guess go with this, is I'm noticing some inconsistencies in reporting from administration. So for example, on item 6.1 of today's meeting, there's charts in there that show the population change, population and what it's proposed to be. Yet that's also because that population increases. Now in the one, even if it's slightly less, the report before us on 3.6 has another table that talks about land use statistics, but the only thing it talks about is the overall percentage of difference in gross area, and doesn't actually give any proposed population demographics. So I wanted to point that out. I guess, why are we reporting differently, different stats in different reports?
If you, on this application and this report on page 6, it's below the table. Unfortunately, it might be the break in the page, but it wasn't a line item on the table, but it does actually speak to the number of units changed, so it's approximately -2, and the population is +19 over the entire neighborhood. So apologies if not having it in the table format was less clear.
Yeah, I think it's just about, like, I think we already know land use is confusing at best of times. And I think one of the things as a governor, but also for the public, consistency in how we're reporting. You know, I have the same question on different ones around some community leagues outside of the neighborhood where the rezoning happened also got notifications, and others don't. So I think we need to talk about, and this is more a broader question, I guess, to Kim, Ms. Pedrin, like, how do we have that conversation, obviously not today, about consistency in information that we're receiving as decision makers and the public is receiving?
We can take that feedback away, Councillor Rutherford, and certainly as it relates to notification practices, we can follow up to ensure there's clarity and consistency as it relates to that practice.
Okay, so I guess while the population numbers decrease slightly, I'm a bit confused with the support, just in terms of, you know, we have this neighborhood structure plan. It calls for more density. There's actually not a lot of density in this. We've had a lot of conversations about, you know, low density in our developing neighborhoods and how that's really spreading us thin. So can you walk me through how administration got to support on this one? Because it doesn't seem to align with some of the city plan. I guess it's not in a node and corridor, I get that, but if you could just help me understand that, as, you know, whether I'm a yes or a no to this decision today.
Yeah, and I think that definitely plays into it. This is the urban mixed use area, or urban mix area. It is also in a really challenging area with regards to the pipelines, the TUC, and the existing plan having been approved with that as well. It was the same applicant who came in to revert it, and there was, in the original approval, they were looking to do the street-oriented row housing as well in there. So there didn't seem to be a significant change overall for the neighborhood, and given its location, it was not going to make a significant difference in terms of the overall land use. I think the other portion on this is we try and make sure that we're thinking about the flags and whether or not they are large changes. The market does shift little bits here and there, and what we can do in our zones has also changed significantly. So the floor has actually come up on what we would accept as low density residential. And so I think that also plays into the overall recommendation for support on this particular application.
Okay, that helps provide some context. And then, you know, I did hear from the public speakers their concern around park space, which is also something that I've brought up. And I'm looking at the neighborhood structure plan. Can somebody provide me, again, I'm not so familiar with this neighborhood. It looks like there's a stormwater facility kind of close to these sites. What is sort of the walking distance to that sort of part, and where would be the next, like, nearest sort of like playground structure?
I don't have that information, as
Sorry.
we were decreasing the density. It wasn't something that we specifically drilled into, but like eyeballing it, it looks about 200 to 300 meters from the stormwater.
Yeah, and I think it's pertinent to density, because if we can have a denser form, can we have park space?
Yeah.
Right, so I think that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and again, because we were decreasing
Yeah.
it, it wasn't something that we were looking at.
Fair. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I gotta leave, so I'm gonna cede the chair to Councillor Hamilton. I'll be back at 1:30. I have another meeting that I have to get to. Okay, Councillor Hamilton, you got the chair.
Yes, I have the chair. So I will now go to Councillor Principe for questions.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. So I was going to also ask about the park space, so thanks for answering that question. Now, with the new zoning that we have, the lowest residential what is the maximum height for the lowest residential density?
The one that's intended for use in the growing or developing neighborhoods is 12 meters, so it's RSF. There is a different low-density zone that has a maximum height of 10 meters, and that's generally meant for the redeveloping areas. But this would be the typical one that we would see in this area.
Okay. And any, I heard the speakers today talking about, increase in traffic, increase of people. Is there any discussion with the developers on the widening of 66th Street?
I'll pass that off to our transportation people.
In regards to 66th Street, the widening is going to occur between 167 all the way to TUC. It is already committed by the developers in the area, and the timelines are 2025, 26 sometime.
Okay, great. And, okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Could I get Councillor Paquette? Do you need a second round?
Unfortunately, yes.
Neither fortunately or unfortunately, but we need a motion for a second round.
I'll move second round.
Second.
Thank you. That's Councillor Principe and Councillor Rutherford seconding. Could I'll call the vote.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Ting.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. So we'll go now to Councillor Paquette with questions to administration.
Thank you, with gratitude for everyone's patience. In the report, when it shows the land use and population statistics, we can see that we're getting an increase of developable land use if this change goes forward, and a decrease in the medium density residential. And I just want to follow up on Councillor Rutherford's question, and that is that we are seeing such a massive influx of population to our city. The Alberta is Calling campaign really was effective, and we've had the equivalent of the city, in the entire city of Red Deer's population move into Edmonton in just the past 2 years. And so I've got a question about that, about what we're going to be approving today, if it gets approved, is a reduction of density in the neighborhood while we've got more and more need for housing. So where does that population go?
Strategically, the population would go as indicated and directed through the city plan. And again, following through on the response to Councillor Rutherford, it really is about the location of those places.
Okay.
This isn't within an outer corridor. It's not where we would typically expect to see the increase, and it really felt like the appropriate place if we were going to have a decrease.
So where we want more density is places that are more that are closer to these transportation nodes and corridors that include transit and LRT and things like that.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So essentially, in these residential areas that are already having sort of overflowing schools and things like that, obviously we're reducing the density here.
Yeah, the population is shifting slightly. And again, the type and number of people that occupy a typical house versus a typical apartment is also slightly different. So the calculation for the density is relatively nuanced in this case, given the size of the area.
Yeah, okay. All right, that makes sense. Not that I'm dying to put a whole bunch of density in the neighborhood, but, we do have a bunch of stuff to manage. Okay, all right. So that's all my questions for now. But Madam Chair, definitely will have questions for the proponents.
Thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Tang for questions of administration.
Thank you. I think I was hoping for some feedback from Ms. Inkpen. I'm glad that there's some, clarification about the zone and what's allowed and et cetera. Just back to this notion of schools and consideration, because I am seeing, I think, concerns about more this, does the community have the physical and social infrastructure and the capacity to support new developments, however dense they are. I'm seeing this come up actually quite a bit. What role does schools enrollment, for example, play into land use consideration? I know we do what we have to do as a city to prep the land, to designate it in the plans. I guess I'm just trying to anticipate kind of some of the other ones that might be coming.
It's difficult for me to say how it should be weighted per se in your mind, Councillor, but I can certainly tell you that overall, in terms of the development of a community, the school facilities, availability, those sorts of things are a relevant consideration for council to consider in moving forward with these types of decisions.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I think that concludes questions of administration. We'll now go to questions of new information. Does anyone have new information, questions on new information, either directed to the proponent, those in opposition, or those or administration? And I think Councillor Paquette, you had questions on new information, so I'll go to you first.
Oh, thank you. And I'm not sure who of the proponents is going to be answering the question, so I'll just wait for that.
I might suggest you ask the question as the proponents. I would ask the proponents either to come down or prepare to answer a question, and then you might direct your question at the proponents. I believe there's only two or so. And they might decide amongst themselves who's best to answer.
Thank you. That sounds good. Looks like they're settled in now. And so, again, I'll let you, it looks like Keith, you are designated, but everyone else is to answer questions only as well. So really whoever feels best suited to answer. But one of the questions that the neighbors had was that they feel that in the presentation for the purchase of their homes, they weren't given accurate mapping information. And so if we could just, get a response to that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, maybe I'll just start. I haven't actually seen the mapping, being from Stantec, not Anthem, but I think the confusion was alluded to by administration. Originally, the plan was approved with a smaller multifamily site. It was added in by a previous landowner to increase that multifamily area. The current landowner obviously is looking to change that back. But the difference being now we have a zoning bylaw that allows much denser forms in low density areas, which weren't available at that time when that extra multifamily was added. So the only way you could get certain products was to do it in a multifamily site, which maybe, the community obviously isn't super keen about that, but I think that's part of the confusion is we're talking about different time points of the mapping that were provided.
Okay, and there was a concern about privacy and things like that. So I'm just curious about placement of potential structures and sightlines, and how that impacts people who are already living there versus how this would build out. And it may be different for people who buy new next to a 10-meter apartment, but if you can maybe expand on that.
Sure. Yeah, I think any of the existing homes would be abutting the low density residential area, so it wouldn't be anything that wasn't planned for from day one in the plan, and I think it would go through the typical process at development permit stage to ensure that there weren't any major issues that wouldn't be accounted for at that point.
Okay, and that's something that we can bring to the community as well, and say, listen, like there will be an effort to ensure that your privacy is maintained as things are developed.
Yeah, and I think admin could speak to that, but it would go through the typical process to ensure privacy, overlook, all those aspects would be aligned.
Okay. All right. I believe that's all the questions that were coming from the community and myself, but other people may have questions. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, I have one more point.
Oh, please, yes, go ahead.
So yeah, Dylan Hunchak with Anthem Properties. So the intent hasn't changed. So right now the land's zoned AG. We want to develop it. We want to bring it on in a timely fashion. So our intent is to bring it on in 2025. The intent is for the homes adjacent to the ones that are built is going to be relatively similar. So the intent of the neighborhood hasn't changed. It's just maybe the RSF zone is so broad that if we were to bring it to the maximum density, it could create some concerns. But the intent is to have very similar style homes to what's there and continue around the block.
Okay, so existing homes are going to have similar homes next to them. There won't suddenly be a big apartment building next to them.
Right, we're actually reducing part of the MDR, the mixed-use site, and replacing it with predominantly single-family homes.
Right, which reduces the density of what's already in existence that can be built.
I would say overall that in the plan, if you look at the stats tables, we're at 33 approved and we're at 33 units per hectare proposed. So we're not, I think it's about 2 units different.
2 units
but
different.
We're increasing the number of people by about, I can't remember, 19 I think it was. So
19
the population's
people.
actually going up.
So potentially increasing the population by 19 people.
And we are seeing a lot higher density out of our low density zone areas than what the plan is assuming.
Okay.
So
right.
you're talking maybe a 10 units per hectare difference.
Just spreading it out further.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
And I think the new terms of reference for NSPs is looking at maybe increasing what the minimum density should be for those low density areas, because we're able to build more compact, efficient product in a street oriented fashion.
Right, and it doesn't translate to higher costs for the city because it's already serviced. Oh, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. You answered most of my questions, so thank you. When you are considering the rezoning, are you considering park space, ensuring that there's enough park space for the anticipated density?
This community is predominantly built out. So when you start a brand new community, those things definitely come into the equation. We're kind of in our last 2 stages. So this area will be our last 2 stages of development. What we're rezoning today actually does abut the storm pond. So the rezoning touches that storm pond. So there is amenity that's walkable from the land that we're rezoning.
Okay, great. So I hear, yes, you do take that into consideration, right? Ensuring
There's many things
adequate.
that we consider whenever we're going through a rezoning and park space, green space, walkability, or things like that.
Okay, great, thanks. And then, so I would like to ask you about 66th Street. Are you involved with the widening of that?
66th Street is going to be built by a developer. Developer signed a servicing agreement, and one of the requirements is 66. It's not us, it's another developer in the area.
Okay, yeah, thank you for those answers.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Are there any additional questions? Not seeing any. I'll take a motion for closure of the public hearing. Is there, does anyone wish to move closure?
On second thought, Councillor Hamilton, I would like to just ask a few more questions of those opposed.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I think we need a second round, so I'll take a motion for a second round of questions.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Councillor Paquette, questions of those in opposition?
Thank you. My apologies. For some reason, I'm just not getting eScribe working. So we'll just wait for the switch over from folks at the mics. Okay, hey guys, thanks for your patience. And if this is your first taste of public hearing, it is like this all the time, all day. So, from what you've heard, do you feel like the majority of your questions have been answered today?
My understanding is that the people that were sitting here were saying that they, even though they can, that they're not going to actually build something tall behind our houses. So if they're not going to do it, even though they can, that would answer my question of what they're going to do. Hopefully that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, and that's good news, because I think they don't want to make everyone angry. I would assume if they want to sell more homes, right? Yeah, and for you, Everett?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, because the way it was posted here was that that's all they were going to build in the area, right? So, you know what, getting a little bit of clarification, and hopefully that they stick to what they said, that they're still considering building similar houses behind us and whatnot, right? So if that's the case, then I think we're good, right?
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay, if you're good, I'm good. Right on. Thank you so much for coming out. Really appreciate your voices.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Councillor Burkett, I just want to clarify and just get on the record just over here, Ms. Inkpen. Just want to remind everybody that the decision that you are being asked to make is for the full zone and for the full suite of uses, and certainly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, not just one strip of properties, yeah. Okay, thanks.
That's all your questions, Councillor Paquette?
Oh, yes it is, thank you.
No problem. All right, I'll now take a motion for closure of the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Second.
Second, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette. Oh, we got Councillor Carmel.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Is there a motion to put first reading on the floor?
Yes, Councillor Hamilton, I move that, which one is it? There it is. Bylaw 20923 and 20924.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. That's and thank you, Councillor Rutherford. That's first reading on the floor. Anyone wishing to speak to it?
Just a few words.
Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And I promise not to take any more time in this meeting.
Wait, Councillor Paquette, are you introducing the? Yeah, are you introducing the motion, or were you intending to close?
Just, I'll close. I see that Councillor Rutherford's on the board now.
All right, if you wouldn't mind holding off, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just quickly again want to note some of the feedback on the presentation of the reports for future conversation. But I also want to highlight again, this is many times we come into public hearing and can be convinced in other ways. So I think it's a good example to highlight where I came in pretty much prepared to vote no to this rezoning, and through the discussion and hearing even from the public speakers opposed about their concerns about something higher density, I have been convinced to vote in favor. So I think it's just a really good example of, you know, a lot of people think that when we come into these public hearings, we do already obviously have an idea based on the information we have, but we absolutely can be convinced based on the information and the dialogue that happens here. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette to close.
Thank you. Well spoken. So, you know, it's interesting. We've got this developing city. We've got all of these pressures. We've got population pressures. We've got, and I don't know if people know this, but we used to get $420 per person for infrastructure from the province. Now we get like $189 per person. That's a cut to the city of $300 million for infrastructure. So it's really, really challenging. How do you fit all these people into a growing city without the proper support? And people might think, oh, well, aren't cities supposed to stand on their own? that's not the way it's designed. Every city in Canada is designed to rely on their province. And so when you can't count on the province for schools and infrastructure needs, it gets a little tight and it gets a little frustrating for everyone, residents and local councils across the province. So when it comes to land use decisions, you know, we just have to determine how do we manage all of these different stresses, you know, because we'd all love to have lanes doubled right out of the gate and things like that, but there's just, we got to make these decisions. And it goes all the way down the line. And I wish that everyone could come in like the members of the public who did today, because you get an insight into how these things work, and then you might see a difference between what was decided and then what you might read on social media, and how that went. So I really am grateful for our guests today who came out to speak, and for the proponents who came out and offered clarification, and especially for administration, who does so much work constantly revising and reviewing in order to try to make sure that all of this works as sensibly as possible with the resources we have. And so with that, I'm happy to lend my support to this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. That was closure, so please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Second reading.
Yeah, I move second reading of items 3.6 and 3.7.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Consideration.
I move consideration for items 3.6 and 3.7.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, please vote.
We have all the votes.
And please display the votes. That is carried. Third reading.
Madam Chair, I move third reading of bylaws 20923 and 20924.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. That concludes items 3.6 and 3.7. Thank you to everyone who came out. We'll now move on to item 3.8 and 3.9. There's speakers in opposition, I believe, so we'll get a presentation from administration.
There is no one in opposition.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
I think
Yeah.
the presentation would be great. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, you would wish for a presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay. And go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Millwoods Town Center neighborhood from a direct control zone to a new direct control zone to allow for taller high-rise buildings next to the Millwoods LRT stop and the Millwoods Transit Center. Amendments to the Millwoods Station Area Redevelopment Plan is also proposed to facilitate the proposed rezoning. Next slide, please. The Millwoods Town Center is a major commercial node for Southeast Edmonton that acts as a commercial and transportation hub for surrounding neighborhoods, with both the Millwoods Park and the Grey Nuns Community Hospitals located nearby. This 22-hectare site was rezoned in 2017 to allow for a comprehensive high-density redevelopment of the property, which was intended to respond to the planned Millwoods LRT stop and the Millwoods Transit Center. While the entire property is proposed to be rezoned, This application is primarily intended to change development regulations for sub-area D of the DC zone, which is located between the LRT stop and the transit center. Currently, Area D and the majority of surrounding land uses are made up of low-scale commercial development and surface parking lots. Next slide, please. The site is located within the draft Millwoods Meadows District Plan and is designated as a major node, a mobility hub, and a pedestrian priority area. The major node is intended to be a large-scale urban center that serves multiple districts and supports low and mid-rise development with opportunities for high-rise development close to transit stations. This all supports the proposed increase in height at this location. The site is also located within the Millwood Station Area Redevelopment Plan, and the policies of this ARP are intended to provide site-specific planning direction for the property. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment to the ARP is primarily intended to increase the allowable height in the transit precincts from 16 to 22 stories and to remove the requirement for ground-level commercial development on the sites adjacent to the LRT stop, the transit center, and the pedway connection between the two facilities. Increases in heights for these precincts are contextually appropriate due to the proximity to the transit infrastructure and is comparable to other developments which are adjacent to mass transit facilities in Edmonton. The proposed removal of required commercial frontages is limited to a single site within the transit precincts. The applicant's rationale for this proposed change is to allow for a building which can more appropriately respond to current market demands and to ensure viability of the existing commercial within the mall sites. Next slide, please. A new direct control DC is proposed to align zoning with the aforementioned proposed changes to the ARP and to allow for the development of 2 residential towers on a single podium on the site located between the LRT stop and the transit center. This amendment proposes an increase in height from 60 meters to 75 meters to allow for the development of 5 additional stories within Area D, matching the proposed amendments to the ARP. In addition to the heights, additional changes to Area D are proposed to accommodate the development of a building with site constraints due to being flanked on 3 sides by transit facilities. Next slide, please. To address the site's context, the DC proposes an increased north setback to accommodate a publicly accessible open space to connect the site with the LRT stop, as well as provide access for LRT maintenance vehicles. This setback will create a better interface with the LRT stop and provide opportunities for connectivity to and through the sites. Residential units fronting this space and the pedestrian walkway to the east would be required to be ground-oriented with doors directly accessing these open spaces. In addition to the proposed changes to the site within Area D, significant changes to the regulations of the other sub-areas are required to align the DC with the current uses, standards, and regulations of the new zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. In addition to a mailed notice, site signage, and information on the city's website, online engagement was conducted through the Engage Edmonton webpage for this application. A total of 103 people were heard from, with 42 people in support, 41 in opposition, and 20 with questions. The majority of those in opposition were concerned that 22 stories is too high for the area, the proposal will increase traffic congestion, and that the proposal does not fit with the character of the neighborhood. Those in support stated that the area around the LRT should have increased density, the proposed height is not a concern, and that the redevelopment of this site is needed. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved because it aligns with the city plan the Millwoods Meadows District Plan, and the Millwood Station Area Redevelopment Plan by allowing for a high-rise development to be located adjacent to the Millwoods LRT stop and the Millwoods Transit Center. And it is compatible in scale with the existing and surrounding developments. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Tang, I'll go to you first. Do you have questions, since you selected it, do you have questions of the proponent?
Yes, I do. So,
All right. And I should check if the proponent wishes to make a presentation of their own before we go to questions.
they do not have a presentation of their own. They're just coming
All
down.
right. All right. We'll give it a minute for them to get settled, and then I go to you for questions.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for being here and being available to answer some questions. Because of, I actually think it's a very interesting what we heard report in today's public hearing. Just wanted to kind of looking for some response on some of the feedback that did come up. And this is administration-led engagement, but you've done your own engagement for quite some time. Wondering if you can talk about how those conversations help to supplement or complement what we're hearing today. Anything flagged, in your engagement work that's not already mentioned here, either concerns or excitement.
Thanks, thanks, Councillor Tang. It's Bill Blaze with McLeod Development Group. We acquired Millwoods Town Centre in December of 2022, and thought there was a phenomenal opportunity to reinvigorate the town centre and add new housing to it. With the LRT arriving, it just seemed like a whole bunch of things were coming together that made this a really appealing opportunity to create something unique in the city. So we did start a pretty rigorous public engagement process. We hired Y Station, who spent a lot of time in the community and collected a lot of information. We've also met with the Millwoods President's Council, and generally speaking, all we've heard is a lot of enthusiasm for new development in Millwoods. It's something we do in all of our projects, so we think that the best people to advise us are the ones that live there and use the current town center to give us new ideas and great opportunities. And so, we've come up with this first phase, which is going to be the first phase of many on the site, and created something that will capitalize on the investment in the LRT, create some more vibrancy for the town center and the other buildings in the project, and heard things like they wanted attractive buildings. They wanted to see something that would house different spectrum of ages and family types. So we've created a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. We've got a great mix of townhomes to create some eyes on the street, and then worked really hard to create an attractive interface with both the bus transit and the LRT, and the pedway connection between the bus transit and the LRT on the east side of the project. So this specific site is pretty constrained from an access point of view, with just really one access on the west side as an opportunity. And so I think we've done a pretty good job of creating an attractive interface that creates safety and security for our residents and the LRT users both, so they can operate in a pretty symbiotic relationship.
Okay. Well, you touched on a few things I was going to follow up on, but you should just make a presentation because I have a lot of questions.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. And then you had mentioned this is the first phase, and so as future phases roll out, you will be doing additional engagement conversations, or do you feel kind of what you've collected in the past year or so, and what we're hearing in this phase kind of helps inform some of those future planning?
What we've done in this phase is just the basis of that dialogue with the community, and it's going to evolve over time.
Yeah, great.
In the background, we've also been working on an overall master plan for the site. So, that's going to take a little bit of time for us to bring forward, but we thought there's a need for more housing in Edmonton and a need for more housing on the LRT, and this was one of those sites that allowed us to do something that wouldn't conflict with an overall master plan at all. So
Some of the feedback from parking, I imagine, is not news to you. Even with the open options parking, and even though this is so close to transit, can you talk about a bit of a parking plan to kind of alleviate some of those concerns?
Yeah, we think we've provided enough parking within the development that will serve the development. I believe our ratio is 0.7 stalls per unit, and we think that's going to be sufficient. We've just finished a project by the university that's got a similar parking ratio, and we've got one downtown that's a similar parking ratio, and it seems to be where the market need is. There's certain users on the site that have more need for parking right by their door, and so it's hard to alleviate all the parking if you can't park directly where you want to go, but we certainly have an abundance of parking throughout the Millwoods Town Center site.
That's helpul. Probably we'll need another round. Just on the housing types, do you have an anticipation of how many of these multi-generational kind of housing you're anticipating, like 3 bedrooms, townhomes, and that kind of stuff?
We have a current mix, and we're working to validate exactly what that is, yeah.
Well, anyways, I will come back for a second round. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. Mr. Blaze, sorry. I'm just wondering, the engagement, could you really expand on that a bit more? Like, who did you, you hired a firm to do that, right? Do you know approximately sort of how many engagement sessions you had, or what online response you got?
A great question. It was a mix of online and in the community, and it's kind of ran for the last 18 months. I don't have the exact number of times they've engaged, but certainly we're present at the last 2 Canada Day celebrations in Millwoods. We're present in Millwoods Town Center, did a lot of online surveys and kind of collected that data and shared it with us.
So well beyond what the city has done as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And you spoke about the Canada Day celebrations. Do you plan on continuing that connection with the community? And
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And any other plans that you might have? As far as
certainly open to more and more opportunities to work with the community and how we can be more engaged and involved with them. Yeah.
Okay. I know it was very appreciated as well. I think there was some comments in the report about people would like to see actual affordable housing in the plans. Is there any below market housing that you're considering?
Yeah, we are considering all of those avenues. In all of our projects, we're always seeking how do we attract the biggest depth and breadth of the market, and certainly being able to provide those more affordable options is something we want to find ways to do. We also find that there's more and more financing opportunities with CMHC.
And taking advantage of some of those
contingent on providing
Okay.
affordable housing options. So.
Okay, well, that's awesome. Great to have you in the neighborhood there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Would you be able to move a second round?
I will move a second round.
Second.
So thank you, Councillor Wright. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Carmel?
I'm a yes. It must not have gone through.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. So you mentioned the CMHC financings. You're pursuing those actively? Okay, good. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the interface with the public realm, because I am hearing some feedback around that, and this balance of commercial and residential. You are removing the ground floor commercial element, and the corridor, the pedestrian corridor with the transit hubs, RTM bus, is probably going to be one of the very active ones outside of the core. I guess, can you talk a little bit about that interface? You know, I'm seeing the report, some feel that the current ARP allows too much commercial, other people would like to see more ground floor commercial. How do you know, how are you responding to some of those feedback?
It's going to evolve over time, and our thought on this first phase was we don't see the demand today for that commercial on the main floor in this project, but we certainly would see that on a future phase where we redevelop either the lands to the east of the walkway link between the bus transit center and the LRT that then could accommodate a coffee shop or a restaurant or a flower shop where maybe you stop on your way home or on your way to your next connection or on your way to work.
Okay.
And so really want to get to that critical mass on the site and the critical mass of people using the transit so that retail and commercial can be vibrant and successful. We also want to support the tenants we have today in the mall and in the other parcels. So are seeing, you know, more and more people coming to the mall, using the food court, using the tenants. We've seen really good, strong leasing there. So don't want to also add a bunch of retail that's going to compete with them at this point, but certainly see that over time, Millwoods Town Center is going to evolve with a significant portion of main floor retail, walkable streets, connectivity, so you can really create quite a special place.
Because we're talking about kind of very specifically this one particular plot, but as you kind of progress, you would be thinking about some of those ground floor retail, maybe in future, like future developments.
Absolutely.
That's not specific to this particular area D, right?
Yeah, we think that there's got to be that critical mass to support that retail.
Yeah.
As opposed to having retailers come in and go out of business repeatedly.
Yeah, and then I think, you know, I guess the concern is also, you know, typically ground floor retail kind of activates and eyes on the street for some of these pedestrian heavy areas. And in the absence of ground floor retail here, can you talk a little bit about like what kind of activation are you doing for that public realm space? You know, I do see some mention of public art and kind of the townhome front yards. How do you foresee that adding? Because it's still, you know, it's quite private.
Yeah, on the northwest and east sides, we'll have townhouses that open out onto the street. So, you know, people will have their own doorways that you would walk into that entry. So they'll be able to be pretty visible. On the south side, we've created a bit of a amenity space, green space on the south side, interfacing with the bus transit center. And then on that wall is actually going to, on that south side is going to be our bike storage with some attractive public art on the south side of that wall.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think those are all the questions I wanted to touch on that came out of the engagement piece. And I have more for administration. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Seeing no other questions on the board, I'll take a motion for closure.
No, sorry, question to administration, please.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Questions to administration. Councillor Tang?
Thank you. Okay, I think first I want to highlight a bit of a discrepancy I'm seeing in this report and some of the policy report that came up in the last few weeks, specifically on the BRT piece. In this report, it said there would be 3 BRT to Millwoods Town Center at 1.25 million population marker. A few weeks ago at Urban Planning, that was not even part of that discussion, and we actually specifically, Councillor Ryan and I specifically asked about that, and the answer was that that's not part of the consideration right now. So I'm just confused, the discrepancy piece.
Our apologies, Councillor, that is a typo in the report. It should have said district connectors. It's not BRT. It is, there are 3 district connectors that are going to serve and connect to the BRT routes that were in front of the council. Okay.
Because I guess I'm also just, all right, okay, that's helpful, but like, I want to make sure that we're giving like correct information, right? Because, you know, developers are taking those into consideration as they make plans. So I thought that was a pretty glaring one for me, and I think we have to be really mindful of that, especially at a site that is, we have the RT, the buses, and really high-density development we're talking about. So, so there's 3 district connector that's planned for the site.
That is correct. Work is in progress, so more information will come down the road. Right now, we are anticipating 3, one along 23rd Avenue, one will be south along 50th Street, and north along 50th Street as well.
That will be connecting through the town center?
Through the town center, exactly. Okay. So the 23rd Avenue will connect west to the B1 BRT.
Okay. So the information in this report is incorrect, and we'll find a way to correct that.
Yes.
And make sure the parties kind of have that information. So, I know this is it was, DC rezoned back in 2017. Traffic concern, I think, probably came up at that time, and it comes up now. With the LRT, the signalization is quite, in my opinion, not optimized just yet, and so there's still lots of traffic concerns. What kind of upgrades can we might see to support that increased density?
I'll let Ms. Rudiak to answer that.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. With this first phase, they're going to upgrade the north-south Main Street. They have an interim design as well as an ultimate design, so this will be the interim design. The site is adjacent to transit, so we anticipate to see an uptake of transit use. So there are parking maximums to encourage the transit use as well. There's also a lot of bike storage and TDM measures.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any anticipation of enhanced active transportation connector that's not here already?
So with the proposal, it includes a shared pathway with the interim design and then bike lanes for the ultimate.
Okay.
So there'll be a transition with further development. We also added some policies into the ARP to help with the design. So it's more progressive, what we want to see with the bike plan and the city plan. So it's more in alignment with the current practices.
Okay, thank you. And then I think just finally, back to Ms. Ingpen, about kind of the question I raised earlier about, adequate community infrastructure capacity to support greater density and, on the notion of schools, right? You say it's fair consideration for land use, but we can't do anything about that. What do I do about that? Because if that were a fair land use consideration, most of our redevelopment plans and higher density, we will run into that, right? On something that we have no control over. I guess just some thoughts about that, because that's a comment that came up in this engagement as well. And I'm like, what do I do with that?
I think you're correct that unfortunately, this isn't something within your purview to control as a city council, but certainly on the overall development of an area, I would say it's a fair consideration for you, and ultimately, it's your determination as to how much weight you want to put on that.
Yeah.
Here we are, in terms of making your decision in this context, and you can hope that the province comes to the table and provides those infrastructure, but ultimately it can be considered in determining, is this an appropriate land use for this area, and you can consider the neighborhood as a whole and all the infrastructure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford, do you have questions to administration?
Yes, thank you. So not super familiar with this area, but I just wanted to sort of talk about the public realm interface a bit, because it's my understanding that the original DC had talked about commercial and residential on all 4 property lines, and then now we're saying that the south facade and the transit plaza offset that sort of original vision in terms of a compromise. I'm just trying to understand, again, not as familiar with the Millwoods area. What was the original envisionment, and what are we changing? Also, I'll start with there.
Just to jump in very quickly, Councillor, thanks for that question. The original DC envisioned commercial frontages in sub-area D. This rezoning application we'll be taking out those requirements for commercial frontages, and now we will be having like residential uses at the ground floor that will have direct connections to the public realm.
Yeah, okay, but then there's something about, so there's one wall, can you tell me more about where this one sort of, the facade, there's a place where there needs to be a facade? And why that is, and give me a little bit, paint me a picture of what is the change and what that would look like as an interface if we approve this application.
Can I ask the clerks to pull up slide 5 in the presentation? So this slide shows the south wall. The applicant is proposing to have a mural, an art wall on the southern wall that has direct interface with the transit center. The reason for this was also to enhance the public realm. We did not want to have a blank wall fronting onto the transit center. The way the site is designed, there would be bike storage, there would be garbage enclosure on the inside. So not to have the building turn its back on the transit center, we worked closely with the applicant to kind of like have that art wall that would be visually interesting and visually attractive to create a better interface with the transit center.
Okay, but then in this building, then the other three sides would have residential on the bottom?
That is correct.
Okay, okay. And do we have any design standards in this direct control about how that residential interfaces with the public realm?
That is correct. The DC would have regulations that would speak to the design components and how the look and feel should be.
Okay, and who is creating the mural?
That would be the
developer?
Developer, that is correct.
Okay, and then who maintains the mural? Is it because it's on private property, they'll be required to maintain it in perpetuity, whoever owns that building?
That is correct.
As long as this DC is in place?
Yes.
Okay, okay, and then I had one more question, I'm just trying to pull it up here. You know what, I think I'm fine for right now, thank you.
Thank you,
Oh,
Councillor
sorry,
Rutherford.
I remember my,
Sorry.
just can you tell
Okay.
me again where the access to the garbage trucks will be? So if garbage, I know you said it's gonna be, the garbage is gonna be underground, but then where are the garbage trucks accessing?
So they'll be accessed from the access to the site. So it actually goes internal to the parking lot area.
Okay,
And the design would need to
so there's no
accommodate
garbage
the
truck
height.
interface with public realm pedestrian?
No, it
Okay,
would be crossing the walkway to the parkade.
okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I think that's all of the questions to administration. Is there questions on new information? Either to the proponent or to administration? Councillor Kang?
Maybe I'll just take this opportunity, wondering if you have any comments you would like to share about the maintenance and plans for the facade, as to Councillor Rutherford's question earlier.
Sure, yeah, we intend to own our assets for the long term, so we'll certainly invest in what they look like and the long-term viability of it, so would continue to make sure that that is attractive and appealing.
Wondering if you can offer some thoughts about this question of community capacity. You know, a 22-story high-rise, you know, and in really accommodation for families. You know, school is one thing, you know, people were concerned about, like fire station, even though there's one right on 66th Street. You know, have you kind of did your assessment that these kinds of community infrastructure will accommodate has the capacity to accommodate this kind of growth that you're envisioning?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, we obviously look at it from a sanitary water storm capacity point of view and roadways and transportation, and find that there's enough capacity from that perspective. The fire station's directly north of us, so expect that they have capacity. We're also directly south of the Greylands Hospital, so from an emergency services, would expect that that would be quick response times to us, and certainly probably have that capacity. 2 high schools just down the road, significant elementary, junior highs in the area that you know, they go through a cycle of lots of kids, then not lots of kids as the neighborhoods evolve. And so would see that having housing types that can attract families and accommodate families would certainly provide some more vibrancy to those schools. And then we've got a fantastic park directly west of us that certainly when I've been out there feels pretty underutilized. So would think that there's some opportunity for people living in our projects to use that park and certainly revitalize that.
Yes, I certainly hear you about the underuse of our park spaces, and higher density could potentially support that. Anyways, thank you so much for those feedback. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Seeing no other questions on the board for new information, I will now entertain a motion for closure.
I'll move to close public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Second from Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jens? Oh, we have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. I'll take a motion for first reading.
I'll move to, sorry, I will move first reading of bylaw 20919 and bylaw 20920.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? Not seeing anyone on the board. Oh, there, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I just want to take a very brief moment to say that I think these changes look very positive. It's very exciting to see the redevelopment of this site move forward. I'm hopeful that it can be a template and model for some of our other mall sites in the future. So thanks very much, and best of luck as this project moves forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. And again, just briefly, I think this has been a long time in coming. I think the previous owner started about 10 years ago trying to do the same sort of engagement for redevelopment and rejuvenating the area. And I think this is wonderful. Looking forward to seeing this phase and future phases come along. And thank you for your contributions to the community as well.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any others to speak to this item? Councillor Tang, do you wish to close?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So when it was announced that McLeod was purchasing the Millwoods Town Center site, it brought actually a lot of excitement to the community about revitalizing the space, reimagining the possibility. And with the opening of the RT last year, this was amplified. So it's a great chance to build the transit-oriented housing that has been envisioned for the Millwoods area for years and add housing options to the community and amenities. And to me, this is a great example of an opportunity that maximizes a $1.8 billion public infrastructure. I'm quite heartened to see this project moving swiftly and building in multiple different phases, accommodating family types of all kinds, and setting aside spaces, right next to these transit hubs. I know there's some question that I'm seeing a sort of common thread in other rezoning applications around community infrastructure capacity. We ask lots of questions around sort of physical infrastructure, but more and more I'm seeing this question of community infrastructure. And maybe not today, but I am starting to get a little bit concerned about if we can solve that and really see changes outside of this jurisdiction move forward adequately, because we've seen underspending in education system for a long time. I'm having a hard time thinking about accommodating growth as city moves to 2 million people. So I'll just kind of park there, and I think this thing will come up again in the future rezoning public hearing as well. And on this piece about extensive engagement, I've seen McLeod's team out in the community during barbecues and festivals and just lots of virtual conversations, and appreciate the effort that you put in. even prior to this, I've heard some feedback from local residents about some of the confidence that comes with a local developer and kind of investment in this community for the long term and willingness to engage in this way well beyond what is required, like the bare minimum. And like Councillor Stevens said, I think this serves as a great template for other types of development. And I think just to address this piece about the public realm, I think ground floor retail often is kind of cited as a one means to address those positive public realm interactions, but it's not the only way. And I feel I have enough information here to feel confident that there will be future consideration as the phases develop. This is a relatively sizable, but still relatively small compared to the overall site development. And I think there'll be a lot more opportunities. And then, so I feel strong about that piece. And overall, lots of residents are very invested in the town center, whether it's the city or private sector or local residents and community groups. And we want to see the space remain a vibrant community hub where, other parts of the city can come and visit, and now looking forward to welcoming more people to make that part their home, more easily connected to the rest of the city. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing this project progress, and I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. That was closure, so I will now call the vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Second reading.
Yeah, I'll move second reading of these two bylaws.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Sorry, I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried.
Consideration for third reading, please, for these two bylaws.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried.
And I'll move for a third reading of bylaw 20919 and 20920.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. That concludes item 3.8 and 3.9. So thank you to all the speakers who came out. We'll now move on to item 3.10. And as we are, I'm just doing a time check. We have about 25 minutes left, so I'm not sure if we'll get entirely through that. If that is the case, then we will pick this up at after 1:30. With that in mind, I'll ask administration to start the presentation on item 3.10.
Good morning. This application proposes a rezoning located in the Virginia Park neighborhood from the Urban Facilities Zone, or UF, to the Medium Scale Residential Zone, or RMH28. Next slide, please. The site is generally surrounded by Concordia University and has quick access to local bus service and a bike route on Ada Boulevard. Next slide, please. Administration engaged the public through a mailed notice, information on the city's website, one-to-one communication, a public hearing notice, and a newspaper advertisement. We heard from 6 people. 2 offered support, and 1 had conditional support as long as there was no demolition of historic buildings, that commercial uses are provided, and that parking is provided, and the residential parking program is maintained. Others were concerned that the childcare use would be lost or changed, that there was insufficient infrastructure, and as well as traffic concerns. To help mitigate their concerns, we advised that the existing building is not on the inventory of historic resources. Some commercial and community uses, including childcare, are permitted in the RM zone. Open option parking means the city has no parking requirements and the provision of parking is left to the developer. And the review of residential parking program in Virginia Park is ongoing. A letter of support from the president of Concordia University was also included as part of the application. Next slide, please. The key differences between the current and proposed zone are that the RM H28 increases height, increases the floor area ratio, and increases the minimum units required. It also allows for housing types beyond supportive housing. This results in an overall larger building and more intense development than the current UF zone would allow. This is compatible with the surrounding urban institutional zone, which also allows multi-unit housing to a similar maximum height and floor area ratio as proposed. This application is therefore compatible with the surrounding zoning of Concordia University. Next slide, please. The site is located within the North Central District Plan, south of the Exhibition District Node, and is identified as institutional employment. In the district policy, institutional employment areas provide both employment and services for districts, and in some cases, anchor major nodes. The RMH28 zone is suitable as it enables housing to serve and integrate within the area. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It contributes to the City Plan Big City move to be a rebuildable city by adding new infill units, and it is compatible with surrounding and existing planned land uses. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to presenters in favor of the application. Sylvia Summers, if you're on the line. It's your turn to present. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for my presentation to come up. Great, thank you so much. Good morning, members of City Council. It's our pleasure to be here today in front of you requesting approval for this application. I'm here today with my colleagues, Mr. Demir Blazeka, the architect for this project with Stantec Consulting Ltd, who'll be available for questions, and Mr. Bijan Manani, CEO of Everred Real Estate Developments Ltd, who's also available for questions. Next slide, please. The project is located at 7100 Ada Boulevard. The site's located north of 71st Street, east of 73rd Street, and west of Wayne Gretzky Drive. As can be seen, the site's located adjacent to Concordia University with Virginia Park residential neighborhood to the west and 112th Avenue, which is a major arterial corridor to the north. Next slide, please. As can be seen in these images, the site is comprised of a 2-story building, which was built in 1987. This building is a former church, which is now used by the Bright Horizons Child Care Services. If this rezoning of the site is successful, the Child Care Service will temporarily relocate within the Concordia campus and will then relocate back into the new building upon completion. And those discussions have taken place, so the Child Care Service will remain. As part of the rezoning process, discussions have also taken place with Concordia University of Edmonton administration, who are in support of the redevelopment of this site to mixed-use residential development. The university, as mentioned, the university provided a letter of support as part of the rezoning application that was submitted to the city. Next slide, please. In City Plan, the site's located directly south of the Exhibition Node and is directly adjacent to the Concordia University of Edmonton. There's no statutory plan in effect, and the future 118th Avenue District Plan identifies the site as institutional employment. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning would allow for a mixed-use development with a commercial childcare services and residential uses. To allow for the proposed development, the site would be rezoned from urban facility zone to a medium-scale residential zone. So the existing urban facility zone currently allows for a height of 16 meters, but for residential uses, it's limited to supportive housing only in a multi-unit building. The proposed rezoning would allow for a maximum floor ratio of 3.8, maximum building height of 28 meters, and parking would be located in an underground parkade and at grade. The proposed development would allow for greater housing options in the form of a missing middle mixed-use development that allows for community services in the form of childcare services, opportunities for local commercial and residential development that provides housing opportunities for area residents and university students and staff. Next slide, please. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Ms. Summers. I'll now go to questions. Councillor Salvador, you had selected this, so I'll come to you first for questions of Ms. Summers.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here today. So maybe just to start with a few questions. Actually, it would be really, if administration is able to pull up the last slide just that showed the site plan, that would be awesome, just so I can reference that while I'm looking, or while I'm talking here. Great, okay. So, yeah, obviously recognizing we're talking about the rezoning today, not necessarily getting into these types of specifics, but I do see here that it looks like there is an intention for underground parking. Is that correct?
Yes. There'll be a combination of at-grade parking, which is mostly for the commercial and childcare service, and then residential parking would be primarily located underground.
Okay. Okay, and can you also just help me understand, I know Concordia provided a letter of support. Is there a direct connection there around student housing, or is it slightly more broad? I think you mentioned student, staff, other residents.
Yeah, it's more broad. It's not strictly for Concordia students and staff. It's the opportunity and the ability to provide for more housing options in close proximity to Concordia itself, but also within broader housing opportunities for the neighborhood as well in the form of missing middle development. So Concordia was very supportive of this. They see this as helping to provide for residential opportunities in close proximity to Concordia beyond the dormitory housing that they themselves provide for students.
Okay, okay, that's helpful clarity. Thank you so much. I'll have questions, I'm sure, for other speakers and admin.
Thank you. We also have a couple of speakers who are on for questions only. Does anyone have questions of the speakers who are here specifically just to answer questions? Either Mr. Blazeka or Mr. Manani. Not seeing any. We'll now go to speakers in opposition. Ms. Heschuk, are you present? If you're present, I invite you to come down and speak. Could someone let me know when Ms. Heschuk is settled?
Yes, can I automatically go to slide 3? And thank you very much for...
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. City Council, this is an incredibly difficult situation for many of us as community members who cannot access resources available to support the lack of compliance to engagement to ensure we are aware. And I'll go to the next slide, please. New street access, lighting issues, safe roads along our streets, Ada Boulevard, and other services would be impacted. This was only under the understanding we had notices and through the Edmonton Journal, and no other response to planning details about the 8-story building planned in our neighborhood was available. I feel that this is also a concern on more than one occasion. I will ask once more for clarification regarding the district planning, as the last recent update on behalf of regional evaluation framework from the city was to ensure the statutory plan. We know that the city manager also may want to know about the inequity of how the lack of information about these bylaws have been requested, including some kind of fostering of relationships and examples of how it's been mired in a process of less information than ever before. The residents on 73rd Street, next slide please, to the construction are still waiting to hear what is actually happening. On the outcome of public engagement, we've heard that it's to ensure community perspectives. Next slide, please. We believe that because of the lack of access we have been currently experiencing, that puts us at a distinct disadvantage. And I'm just showing you some aerial photos of the area and just highlighting that Concordia University is the area, but you are missing a number of buildings within this construction zone. We hope that this would be made available, and it will be available so that the councillors understand that there is some miscommunication and misinformation. From the plans in effect that have occurred on a number of the strategies to help manage any parking impacts to the neighborhood residents, we want to find out how they will include providing bus transportation, and any on-site location, because right now they share a parking lot. No parking management strategies have been given, and I want to know what is happening with the city's statutory plans for Virginia Park. I want to also understand who can access this project, because really at this point in time it's only one road. Next slide please. On 71st Street, next slide. And if you can see all the green, this is where the parking is at a premium because we don't have access to an RPP as yet. Because of this information, in a letter I sent to all City Council on August 2nd concerning this file and rezoning, I never had a reply until Sunday morning. My ask was for the application review timeline deadline, which had passed, would allow that we appreciate the public hearing would not continue until the matter has been addressed. Because the hearing is today, I did receive a response. It is still an issue, and I think the City Council and manager themselves did not understand that these documents attached have misinformation in them. Thanks for sharing your feedback. I hope that you can ask the city manager and the developers who would be either interested in how the lack of communication has caused more issues related to accessibility, public participation, and transparency. This has impacted how the councillors would be made aware of changes and new information, and also include feedback from our community. In keeping with that, I would hope that we would have a more democratic process, and that it's recognized that this is middle development, but there is no missing middle development in Virginia Park. 45% are homeowners, 55% are renters, and we have 3 multi-unit apartment buildings in Virginia Park and Bellevue. Bellevue was also not included because they were east of Wayne Gretzky, but they are still impacted. And I think it's being considered, I think it's inconsiderate that the city would admonish this information and not provide what it is that Virginia Park could be. Next slide, please. So this is from 1987, and then the final record in 1988. There are lots of memories of this place as it once was a church. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Heschuk. Questions to the speaker, Councillor Salvador?
And there are two more speakers, Madam Chair.
Are we, sorry, I thought we were taking individual speakers. We'll now go to Joel Heck.
Hello, I'm Dr. Joel Heck, president of Concordia Lutheran Seminary, which is on the east side of 71 Street between 71 and Wayne Gretzky. I am the president of the institution most negatively impacted by this proposal. I did not receive the notices. My neighbor gave me these notices. I was told that they were sent, but all of the documentation I've seen in photographs as well as in print seem to think that the seminary that I am president of is part of Concordia University of Edmonton. It is not. We are neighbors, we get along, but we are not part of their property. So if information was sent to us, as has happened numerous times in the past, it may well have been delivered to the university, or someone assumed that by communicating with the university, they were including all of that territory, and we did not receive that information. The application analysis includes Concordia Lutheran Seminary as part of Concordia University of Edmonton. So my primary concerns are about parking, and we have a parking lot whose northern edge is probably 30 to 50 meters from the southern edge of this piece of property that's being proposed for development. We have occasional violations to our parking area by people in the area, particularly probably students, faculty, staff of the university. And I can only imagine, because of the proximity of our space to theirs, that there will be even more violations in the future if 90 units are put into that building. We are concerned about traffic increase because we have access to our parking lot, which is filled with some regularity, so we don't have extra spaces to not worry about other people parking there. But we need to travel north from Ada Boulevard on 71st Street in order to get to our parking area. So that's the road that heads directly towards the current child care building. So we're concerned about parking and about traffic and about vandalism. About 2 years ago, someone smashed in one of the windows of the seminary and cost us about $5,500 to repair with a $5,000 deductible. It was hardly worth us submitting a proposal or a claim to our insurer, so that did not happen. Seems to me that higher population is going to mean higher incidents, not only in terms of things that would have to be repaired, but also would mean higher insurance costs for us to make sure that our facilities are adequately insured. I came to Edmonton a year ago from Austin, Texas, which is the capital of the state of Texas, roughly the same size as Edmonton. And my experience, since Austin has made the news in the U.S. quite regularly because of crime, that greater density in the city creates more crime problems, more crowded schools, and this is epidemic in Austin, lower school performances, and therefore I'm very much concerned about this project being developed on the land that's next door to Concordia Lutheran Seminary where I serve. Thank you for your time. I appreciate, by the way, all my communications with people, and there have only been a couple, including with our counselor, have been cordial, and I very much appreciate the spirit in which my communication has been received. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. And on to our last speaker, Ms. Stasneski. My apologies, ma'am.
Not a problem.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for this opportunity to come before you to speak about this zoning change. I'm speaking opposing the zoning change at this point because I believe in the democratic process, and that is why I'm here today, hoping that Council will send this rezoning proposal back to the Planning Department to allow for the democratic process to happen. I live on 75th Street and 108th Avenue, which is just a block from 74th Street. We did not receive notice. Ada Boulevard becomes 74th Street, so we're part of that traffic corridor. I think it would have been courteous if we had received some notice. I also want to say we are neighbors with Concordia. We feel like we've been part of our community. There's been an increase in the number of students and traffic and parking. However, the community has met with Concordia. We've had a relationship where we've been able to work as community members to have a plan of how we're going to have a cordial, warm relationship. So I think that is critical and important for you to understand that our community works with changes that are happening. Another concern that I have is safety for our community and neighborhood. As my friends and neighbors have said, there is one street that goes to that proposed development, 71st Street. It's a narrow road. 2 cars can pass safely if there is no parking on either side. So that for me is an issue. And I've used that road and been stopped there because there's also access for large transport trucks and delivery vans to go into Concordia where there's a delivery service available there. Often there are transport trucks blocking 71st Street. So safety in terms of how people get in and out, and if there's a fire or an ambulance, there are all those issues that I think we need to talk about and plan for. I don't see that as having happened. Also, you can go down 71st Street, but to get out, you travel through Concordia University's parking lot. That doesn't make sense to me. So where is the plan? So once this is developed, will 71st Street be widened? Whose responsibility is it? Is it the developers? Do taxpayers and neighborhood people take, what is the cost to the city there? We don't know what that plan is. We haven't been allowed to talk or haven't had the opportunity to talk about it. And I think, again, going back to the neighborhood's opportunity and community's opportunity to work with Concordia to have a plan, how we work together. So in conclusion, my request of council today is to allow more time for community involvement and engagement, to plan for a safe new development. Definitely, as you've all said, housing is critical in Edmonton. This could be a great place, but we need more time to plan, to think about how it's going to happen, more time for community input. As I said, a warm, welcoming, friendly community. We work together. We want that opportunity to be able to do that. None. We have, we saw the presentation today, but that's it. Nothing else has happened. So we welcome this opportunity to work together with organizations like we did with Concordia and to give time for the process to take place and discussion to happen. We want that to continue. And I guess I feel, and people I've spoken to in our community, we haven't had much time to talk about it, to talk to neighbors, because I just found out about this past week. How do we work together? And Councillor Tang, you just mentioned that building community relationships, having community work together is critical. And that's what we believe in Virginia Park and Highlands and Bellevue. And we want that to continue, and I request that you support. Our request is to give us time to meet and talk and plan before this zoning is approved. Thank you so much for giving us time.
Thank you. And that now takes us to 11:59. So I'm going to recess here for those speakers. If you can stick around until 1:30, you can go get lunch, but please stick around till 1:30 because I believe there will be questions of you. If you can't stick around, but you're able to join us online at 1:30, that is also an option, and the clerks can assist you in providing that link if that's the case. So with that, I'll call recess, and we'll see everyone back at 1:30. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi will be joining us, I think, before 2 p.m., but I'll start with Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette. Not back yet. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi will be joining us shortly. I'm present. Councillor Rutherford. Not returned yet. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. All right, so we have very tight quorum right now, so I'd ask all council.
Good afternoon. Good
Great.
afternoon.
Awesome. We still have a really tight quorum right now, so I just ask that all councillors remain seated until we get a little bit more capacity. And Councillor Jans, I'll give you a heads up that we may need to do a quorum count at a moment's notice, so just make sure that you're around for a quorum count if that is indeed the case. Where we left.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Where we left off was questions of speakers in opposition. Councillor Salvador, you selected the item. I think our speakers, okay, come on, yep. I'll just give you a moment to get settled. And I'll turn it over to Councillor Salvador for questions of speakers in opposition.
Great, well, thank you so much. And just want to express gratitude to the speakers for being with us today and sharing your perspectives. Maybe I'll start with, I'll start backwards. So I'll start with Donna, and just wanted to hone in on some of the concerns you were raising around just sort of traffic flow and the narrowness of the road, the narrowness of 71st in particular. So, I mean, I'm familiar with this pocket, but just, I guess, explain in a little bit more detail your concern. So is it sort of around the curve just because it's so tight? I think you mentioned that there are large-scale transport vehicles as well in this area. What have you experienced?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. The 71st Street from Ada Boulevard to the building where the childcare center is like a half a block, maybe a block. It's very narrow. I'm concerned about that street and the safety of getting in and out because right now it's so narrow. Also from on that street, Concordia has a service entry where deliveries are made. So in the middle of that street is the service entry. So a truck can be parked in the middle of the street going east-west, blocking direct traffic flow from Ada to the child care center. So my concern is, so what are the plans? Like if you're going to have a structure with perhaps 90 units and people going in and out, how does that traffic flow happen? Because there is no other access. There is to the west of the present child care center is Concordia parking lot. So unless the developer and the apartment have some sort of long-term relationship and understanding that the parking lot is going to be used for public transport, does that make sense? You've got an educational institution where staff and students can access that parking lot. But should that parking lot be used as a transportation corridor? So that there's that safety issue, for me, is critical. And also, I didn't mention Virginia Park School is on the west of Concordia. And again, it's another short block to the school where parents are dropping kids off, buses come. So I'd like to understand, and my request to have time to think about this is so that we can plan, as we did with Concordia, have the community work together to see, like, how is this transportation going to work? We are on 75th Street, as I mentioned, so traffic then flows down Ada, down 75th, and we've worked with Concordia to ensure that, there is parking for students and the traffic has increased, but Concordia has worked really hard with us to ensure that that our concerns are heard. And I'm hoping that that can happen with whoever is going to build the new structure
Okay, well,
by
thank
Concordia.
you. That's really helpful, and thank you so much for detailing that. So it's not, I guess what I'm hearing, and maybe you can clarify this, it's more of the implications of the traffic flow and the potential safety issues that could arise associated with that. So it's not necessarily the parking piece. It sounds like there's been some relationship building between the community and Concordia on the parking front, but it's the actual flow of traffic in and around the area. Is that a fair comment?
And as I understand, there will be parking provided by the building. Definitely, it's the safety, the flow of traffic, and I don't see that a plan has been developed. So I'm very concerned about that. Yes.
Okay, well, I can definitely follow up with administration on that front to ask some more detailed questions around what the plan is. So thank you. Oh, just looking at my time here, I will likely have to come back because I'm going to run out.
All right, well, we can come back to you on a second round. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. I would like to ask, well, I'll start with Ms. Speaker Stanzen. Okay, Stanzaneski?
Strzynski. Yes. Not a problem.
Strzynski. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I want to understand, it's not so much that you're against development, you're just would like some more communication. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think we're a community that needs to include others, and having the university there has shown that. But I think as we've worked so closely with other organizations and developments in that community, and I think since we've done that, I think there should be some respect shown to our community. We want to continue to build those relationships, and we all know about how the housing situation in Edmonton. So how do we ensure that if housing is built there, that the concerns of the community, the seminary are met? And I think we need to have opportunity to speak.
So more engagement.
Yes, absolutely.
Prior.
Community engagement, connection, and building relationship.
All right, so what if that engagement were to happen after today, like after our decision here? Would that be okay for you?
I think we need to have communication before the zoning changes. Having heard from how things happen, I don't see that there's a guarantee for things. I would like to know that the developer is hearing us and we build a plan ahead of time, that we have some understanding of what's going to happen. And I think there's a long time to have this proposal put together, and could there not be some opportunity for community engagement and discussion?
Okay, so again, not against development necessarily, but just would like some more engagement.
Definitely more engagement and discussion and planning, safety and concerns. And that school is really important to our community. And the idea that we just heard today about the childcare center being part of the development, wow, that's a positive.
Good to hear. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Heck, I just wanted to get your take on that as well. You're not necessarily against development, like new development in that area, just maybe would like some more engagement as well?
For the most part, it sounds like we are lacking a good deal of information, such as I heard a developer speak earlier about having 0.7 parking spaces for every unit. It seems to me that it's going to have to be higher for this new development, especially with the underground, but I haven't heard any statistics on that. So the amount of parking, not so much the flow, although the flow is an issue. I mean, coming in and out of the campus and in and out of our seminary facilities, traffic flow is an issue, but the volume of traffic and the availability of parking and what that might say about us being right on the edge of the university campus and this childcare center. I didn't know that the childcare was considered to be part of this development, so like Donna says, that's a positive. But it seems like we're being asked to vote or express our opinion in favor of a project. It's sort of like signing the check and then you'll fill in the amount after we put our signature to it. So a lot of information before this is approved or tabled or whatever is going to happen to it would be much preferable. We've had no communication from the university. I would have expected them to contact the people around them, and we are one of the entities around them. We are a small school, we're a graduate school, so I guess it's easy to overlook us, but the reality is that we are a separate institution, independent of the university, and even though we both have the same first name, Concordia, that says something about the history of the two schools. We were much more closely aligned when the university was a Christian-based institution of the Lutheran Church, and now is no longer in that relationship with the church.
Yeah, and Councillor Salvador did indicate that she'll be asking about, the traffic and to try to address those concerns with administration and possibly the proponent. So yeah, thank you very much for those answers.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, would you care to move a second round?
Yes, I'll move the second round.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Stevenson?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Can I just check with Councillor Paquette to see if he's online? He is not. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'll go to Dr. Heck as well, just to pick up on some of the concerns you shared related to parking in the lot directly north of your building. Yeah, I guess maybe you can help me understand the current situation. So it sounds like sometimes there are parking violations there where folks are parking where they're not supposed to, but your concern is that if there's just generally more folks in the area, they might think that they can park there when they actually can't. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah. That has happened in the past. I haven't monitored it closely, but I know we've made phone calls to the company that monitors our parking area. Sometimes tickets have been issued, sometimes warnings. Theoretically, a car could be towed.
Right.
So we would be within our rights to implement that or ask the company to do that.
Okay, because that was going to be my next question was, because it's a private lot that likely has a company managing it, there's an opportunity for enforcement there.
Yes.
So you've taken that action in the past, it sounds like?
Yes.
Okay, so that option's there, which is good to hear. I also wanted to ask about the notification that you, I guess, received through the neighbor as opposed to receiving directly. So, and I'll ask this of administration as well, but just for clarity, it sounds like you did not, to your best knowledge, did not receive anything.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure that I did not receive it. I think I would have noticed that given its proximity to where we are located, but a lot of mail comes through that's kind of generic mail advertising and the like, so there's a slim possibility that that was seen as not personal, not really relevant to the seminary, and so we didn't look at it closely.
Okay, well, I will definitely follow up with administration to see what happened there, but I appreciate you being here today so that we can have this conversation and dialogue. I am wondering, I know Speaker Heschuk had to leave, but I think I see them online. Sherry's, yeah, okay, great. Yeah, Sherry, thank you for speaking this morning. I just wanted to ask, I think you mentioned some concerns around some misinformation or maybe like incorrect information being shared. I wanted to understand what you're hearing in the community that was a flag there.
Okay, I think I was more directing it to your district plans that were made available within the last engagement, and that engagement ended in March. So the misinformation is that Virginia Park is only basically it's only west of Concordia University. Virginia Park is part of Concordia University, part of the other nodes, I guess, if you want to call them. And the fact that, yeah, we see that there's definitely not precise exactly where Virginia Park and Bellevue, which is actually the community itself, are inclusive of. So to put that into perspective, we were part of an ARP way back in June 8th, 2021. And so that was repealed. So when you're asking for a rezoning of Virginia Park, it's actually including all of the area which is west of Wayne Gretzky.
Okay, that's helpful. So the confusion or the gap in information was related to the district plans, repeal of the ARPs, not necessarily the information that was shared for this specific rezoning. Is that correct?
I would say that's partly. The other thing is we were under the impression that this is mixed housing, but that is not, like, they're interchangeable right now. And I think that is an important missing piece.
Okay.
And if it's mixed housing, then say it's mixed housing. Right now, it's not.
Okay.
I think that's the issue.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarity. And then maybe just really quickly going back to Donna, I just wanted to ask the question, I'm really hearing you that there's a desire for some more time to plan. What questions do you feel are unanswered that you'd want that time for? I know we talked about the parking piece, the sort of flow of traffic, the safety pieces associated with the orientation of the roadways. Is there anything else in particular?
I guess an open discussion with the developer to see what the plans are, what is it going to look like. We have no idea of what's happening, what it's going to look like, except for what was presented today. So I think just time for a good relationship to be developed, and the process of what happens if you pass this today, does that opportunity exist? And it seems like it's not really there. It'll be pieced in different little pieces of what can be approved at the city administration. So my hope is that we can have that discussion prior to the zoning being passed, and then coming back here to discuss further what the next steps are.
Thank you. That's your time. I don't see additional questions on the board for questions of speakers. I'll now turn it to questions of administration. And I'll start with Councillor Salvador, who selected the item.
Yeah, thank you so much. So maybe let's just start with some of the concerns that we've been hearing around traffic, the circulation of the space. I do think it's somewhat of an interesting context because you have sort of 71st that leads into Concordia's parking lot. There's a jog across up to 73rd. Help me understand how that works, because it's not a typical orientation, I would say.
Sure, Councillor. In terms of access to the site that is up for rezoning, we do see that primary road that will be used is 73rd Street instead of Ada Boulevard, because Ada Boulevard, as you know, is just a bridge crossing that gets you into the other side of Virginia Park neighborhood. So it's kind of circuitous unless there is a specific draw from that area. So, generally speaking, this site will be serviced through 73rd Street and 71st Street. 71st Street is a private road. It does have parking restriction on one side, which does allow access for two vehicles to pass by, and in addition to that, I think last thing I would say is also around the safety aspect. This area was looked at in detail back in 2021 as part of the larger zoning. And the TIA was done, and 71 Street data collection was done, and this road was...
And sorry, a TIA?
Yes.
Can you, that's traffic?
Oh, sorry. Transportation impact assessment was done in support of that zoning. So we do have some data that tells us the state of the road in terms of where it stands, its functionality, and the impact through this site, what it will be. And all that was part of our review.
Okay, so, and when that review was conducted, I guess what I'm hearing from community and what I assume they would ask back is, was increased density and increased traffic at, you know, full build out and densification of this area contemplated as part of that transportation impact assessment?
That's correct. At the time, what Concordia University shared was their 2030 vision.
Oh, okay.
And that included additional students that they were planning to accommodate, and the study did include that.
Okay, so the study went all the way out to 2030. And maybe just to really hone in on what we're hearing around some of the like delivery vehicles and transport vehicles that serve Concordia. Thoughts there? I mean, that's...
That is something we can take offline, and because previously we have reached out to Concordia, because as we receive some even parking related concerns from the residents, we typically reach out to them and let them know about it, and they have been very open to receiving that and even issuing some sort of a communication awareness to the students. So if such practices are there, we would be open to highlight that for them and help them take care of it.
Okay, so that's something that can directly be communicated to Concordia. That's really good to hear. How does the... So given that... So 71's a private road, you said, correct?
Correct.
How does that work in terms of operations and maintenance? Who clears those roads?
I don't have that clear understanding, but most likely Concordia, or there may be some arrangement with between the university and city operations.
Okay.
Because Ada Boulevard is a public road, and if the equipment is there, then might as well they may have some, but we can confirm that for you.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that. I guess on the flip side, though, 73rd, that's us, correct? On the city side?
Yes.
And, yeah, okay. I want to ask a few questions about, hang on, the notification process. And what did that radius look like? How are people notified? I mean, we heard directly from some constituents and stakeholders this morning that they didn't receive that.
Right, so our standard is 60-meter radius. That's required by the zoning bylaw. We do an advance notice when we receive the application and another notice for public hearing. In this case, so we can at the time of in review decide how big that radius could be, if proportional to impacts, the size of the application, we can double that. In this case, it is enlarged. We did a custom application to just bordered essentially by the arterial roadways. So it hemmed in by 112th, Wayne Gretzky, Ada, and then 74th Street. So it does make sense why Donna on 75th wouldn't have received it. I can confirm a notice was sent to Lutheran Seminary, and it wasn't returned. So we do know that we provided the address to Canada Post and didn't receive it as returned mail.
Okay. So...
Sorry, that's your time.
Oh,
Would you
sorry.
mind coming back on a second
Absolutely,
round?
sorry.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few quick questions on this one. I'm still sort of getting familiar with our provisionally or partially approved district plans. So the analysis speaks to, the definition of mid-rise. I'm just unclear sort of what sets out that mid-rise is appropriate in this spot. Is it its proximity to the district node, or is mid-rise part of the institutional employment area?
Really, a combination of both, but in terms of the surrounding context, absolutely. The urban institutional zone in this area is site-specific zoning for areas 2 and 3 surrounding the site. That allows for very similar built form and uses, around 29 meters and 26 meters off the top of my head in terms of height. So very similar.
Great, thank you for that. Just on this question of access, and I apologize, I'm just having a bit of trouble wrapping around because it is very unusual for us to have a parcel that isn't accessed by public roadway. Is there an easement agreement with the university?
There is an easement agreement on title, yes. Just the specification, we don't know all the details of that. We'd have to pull it. I'm not sure if we're able to do that in time.
Great. And then recognizing that, again, these are private roads, do we have any standards? So I noticed sort of the proposed site plan had some, I guess, not parallel parking. What's the word I'm looking for? Not angle parking.
Perpendicular?
Perpendicular parking. Will we be able to require, contiguous sidewalk there? Like, are we able to have any of those standards when they're private roads?
So 71 Street has a boulevard walk on the west. It does have a bono walk on the east. And the overall width of the carriageway is around 8 meters. So it is a little bit shy of our standard local, which is 9 meters. But as far as the cross-section is concerned, it's fairly decent cross-section. Okay,
great. And then I just want to circle back on a question that came up from our public speakers around the potential impact of density on crime. Is that something that we typically see or has been documented as a land use impact of higher density?
No. In fact, quite the opposite, right? The more people that live in a neighborhood, the more eyes on the street, the more activity at the ground level.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point just in terms of, I know sometimes parking lots can be places where people don't feel fully safe, but having more eyes overlooking that can actually add positively to safety.
Yes, absolutely. And Concordia is currently under development. They have been building new buildings in very recent years. The urban institutional zoning that the TIA support, the Transportation Impact Assessment it supported, that was from 2021. So their vision for 2030 is underway.
Great. I didn't have any further questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So I'm still trying to get an understanding to the access here. So the intention is access from 73 Street?
So this area can be accessed both from 73 and Ada Boulevard.
Okay, so 73 Street and 71 Street.
73, 71, yes. That is a direct access to the site being rezoned.
Okay. And 73 Street, though, they would have to cross through a parking lot in order?
We can have a slide just to show the context, if possible.
Yes, it is through the parking lot.
So slide 2, please. So if you see 73rd Street that connects to 112, traveling south and then east, that provides a direct connection to the site. The parking lot being discussed is to the south of 71 and 73 connection.
It's a private road on 73rd.
Oh, sorry. I'm just asking questions of administration at this point. I'm on like a Google map to try to see. It gives me a better indication as to. But I do not actually see a roadway from 73 Street to the.
Slide 6 might also help. Zooms in. Thank you. So you can see the drive aisle through the parking lot there, or the
Okay.
UI.
Yeah, the
Yep.
UI, okay. So that's the access point from 73 Street? Okay, and can you explain to me the easement you were speaking of, the agreement with Concordia?
So typically it is public access easement that gets signed between the city and the other proponent that could, in this case, is university, which allows general public to access the area. We don't have the details of that agreement at the moment, but that is the mechanism used typically for such sites.
And that's something that would be addressed in the development, like the permitting stage? Or like, would you, like, I don't know, is it an agreement? Is it a certain amount of time? Is it, it's hard?
So the institution is up and running. So if I were to visit Concordia University, I will be able to do that due to the public access easement in place. It's a private property, but public is able to access it. That's how I understand it.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my...
So, Councillor Prince-Ray, it runs with the title of the land. So it isn't something that is renewed every year or anything like that. It is, if that land were to transfer hands, that easement agreement would still be there because we guarantee vehicular access to every lot, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So that, and I want just clarity on that easement as well. And then the access, so the easement is only in respect to 73rd Street. What about that, the lane to the, I guess it would be to the south of the field? Is that included as well? Like, I just don't want this to sort of get landlocked, right? That they don't have any access.
Yes, I understand your concerns. It is, if there is any private roadways in and around this area, they will have the access agreement, the public access agreement. So we just don't have, because the agreement is on title, we would have to pull it to understand the details. But we do know that it is there and registered and covers the private roadways in this area.
Okay, okay. And 71st Street is public road, like the access from Ada Boulevard.
It's 71st.
71st is private. 73rd Street is public.
Okay, and so, but we don't know who owns 71st Street? Is it the school or is it?
It is Concordia.
It's Concordia, okay. But is there any easement for that one as well?
There is.
Yeah, okay, okay. I think I'm okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador? Oh, sorry, Councillor Jens, you had questions? No?
No, my question's answered.
Okay, can someone move the second round for Councillor Salvador?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. So please vote.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Sorry, we're just sending the vote out right now. Can you refresh? Sorry, Councillor Rutherford, did you vote verbally?
Yeah, I verbally said yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Principe?
I am a yes.
Thank you, we have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a few questions about access to public transit as well. So just recognizing, this is an institutional employment area. My understanding is that there is supposed to be fairly good integration with mass transit, and I know, there's already fairly high demand in this area, particularly for students. I'm imagining that's going to continue growing. So how are we thinking about access to transit?
So this area is served by ETS. 112 Avenue does have routes. There is a school special as well that runs between September and April. That bus stop is within the Concordia University. And then 73rd Street also, that's the access for the bus routes into this area.
And can you just remind me, so thinking about the site of this application, and the closest bus stop, would folks have to go all the way over to 73rd, or is there pedestrian access and a pathway that basically goes directly north up to 112th?
Just have to double check that over here.
It does look like there's direct access there.
Access?
Yep.
Okay, that's good to hear. And also wanted to ask, again, hearing a really clear request from community for just more communication from the developer themselves, and I'll ask this of the proponent, but I guess what opportunities do exist from here for those types of conversations to happen in the neighborhood? I think right now things are at a very high level, and I think that makes sense. Obviously, we're just talking about the rezoning and the land use today, but getting into those more nuanced, detailed conversations, when can that happen?
For our part, we can facilitate some introductions between the members of the community that are interested and would like us to share their names with the developer or the applicant. It does sound like there is a good existing relationship already there with Concordia, obviously not the owners of the property, but yeah, I mean, there is more opportunity to see plans as they come to light throughout the development permit process. The community can sort of follow along, if you will, if they're following on slim maps when that application is made. So they can come down and look at those plans and definitely call the developer and have those conversations. Right now, there aren't a ton of details. I mean, we're seeing a bit of a site plan there. But as more develop, everything's possible.
Right, and just to be clear, I mean, we wouldn't expect to see that level of detail given that it's a conventional zone, correct?
Exactly, like the standard zone, this is what they're for, right? The flexibility, the various iterations that are possible. And those details really do come at a later stage.
Okay, that is helpful. One quick question, this had been flagged, just around fire protection, the adequacy of hydrant spacing. That's going to all be on the developer's side, correct? They'll have to address that?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Okay, I think I'll leave it there for now, but I do have questions for the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up again on the area where it says UI. Can you remind me, what does that indicate?
Yep, urban institutional. So that's the surrounding zoning.
Okay, so that's not the actual roadway, that's for the actual parcel.
Right,
of land
yes.
there, right?
Yeah, that map that we showed as the base map is our zoning map. Yep.
Right, and that does appear to me, as one of the speakers indicated, that does appear to me that that's a parking lot.
Yes, but the parking lots have drive aisles, right? That function
Right, but
as,
it is,
yes.
they have to drive through a parking lot to access from 73 Street.
From 73, yes.
Yeah. And that's part of the easement agreement as well.
This, I don't have the easement agreement, so I know that where there are private roadways, there is a public access agreement in place.
This is not a roadway, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. FISLA, were we able to look it up?
No, we don't have, Councillor, we can look into that offline, but one thing I would say is this application was also circulated to Concordia University, who owns these lands, and we have not heard any comments or concerns from them. Given that if there was any issue in regards to access to this site, they would have come back to us. So that's what we can share at the moment, but we don't have the details.
Okay, thanks. Did you have any?
I'm going to say we can look it up and let you know the details.
Yeah, I'd
if that would be
appreciate
helpful.
that. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Just to follow up on that, I heard carefully. So the concern right now is roads like safety and access. I want to ask this question, even though we can follow up from uncertain details. You just mentioned you don't have information right now. Is this type of details information will be confirmed as soon as possible, and also really provide the clear communication back to the residents and before the redevelopment, rezoning started? So I should say not rezoning, not redevelopment started. Why I'm saying this, I want to get confirmation because there's one example in my ward and similar concern. But once the development is completed, but that issue is still there. So I just want to get that certainty there.
Councillor, next step after zoning is development permit.
Yes.
So we have applicant here, and I think we can look for some certainties in terms of communicating that to the residents and keeping that channel open. That applicant would be in a better position to provide you with that.
Okay, so that means the confirmation could be secured and through development permit process. So that provides a confirmation to our residents.
Yes, it can be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any further questions to administration? Seeing none, so at this time I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration, to the proponent, or folks in the opposition, any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, so I do have questions for the proponents, the applicant, if they're with us. There we go. Hi. Yeah, so, you know, I'm sure you've been following along the conversation and heard loud and clear that there's a strong desire from community for some continued conversation, particularly around the details of what this project could look like and what it would mean for the community. You know, it's an interesting position because we're obviously having a conversation about the zoning, but a lot is going to get dealt with at the development permit stage. So can I hear from you, is there a willingness and a commitment to continue those conversations? And even, I think there was an offer from administration to directly connect with some of the constituents that are here today and others who would be interested in sitting down with you.
Yes, definitely. And then Bajan Manani, who is actually the CEO for Everred, is available to provide comments as well.
We confirm, it's Bajan Manani here. We do confirm that we will be at the development permit stage. We will be engaging with the community as well to make sure that any of the concerns and our plans are clearly communicated with the neighborhood.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Because again, I think we heard today this community is welcoming when it comes to seeing more community members and neighbors in the area. But again, I think they want to be brought along and want to ensure that their voices are being heard once things get to a more detailed stage. So thank you for committing to that and sharing that with us today.
You're welcome.
I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Any other questions from colleagues on new information? Seeing none, we are ready to close the public hearing on item 3.10.
I'll move closure.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. Sorry, Councillor Rice.
I submitted, so it seems to not go through.
We didn't get it, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 20931.
Second.
Okay. All right, so we have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Councillor Principe, you want to start?
Yes, sorry, it shows that on my screen that I've requested to speak. There it is. Okay, good.
Good,
It
yeah,
did go through. Yeah, I would just like to say that, as Councillor Rutherford mentioned earlier, I thought I might be supporting this, coming into this discussion. But I do have some concerns about the access. And I just want to make sure that before we proceed, that we're ensuring that access from both streets are available, because I am concerned with that easement agreement and it being a parking lot and not a roadway. I would like to see a little bit more information on that before I can agree for the rezoning for this. So for that reason, I won't be supporting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this, and I thank all of the speakers today for coming forward and sharing. I think there's a couple points noted here about bedside manner, for lack of a better term, that just because we're required to only engage, to a certain line, the value and benefit of actually engaging a little past that and reaching in a bit deeper and letting folks know what is going on, because as we heard today, fear and misinformation and uncertainty sometimes fills the void. So I hope for those watching that this can be a learning opportunity and maybe something that we can take forward and think about how we move ahead. That being said, as I can feel the lawyer's eyes through the screen at me, that I am only allowed in this decision today to be making it based on land use planning. And when I think about land use planning, the test I always like to apply is, when this is built, would I or someone I love or my children, would they love living here? Would this be a good spot? And when I look at where it is, that if I'm thinking of my sons, if they were going to Concordia, if they were studying there, if they were attending here, that this project, when complete, could provide, another 100 opportunities to live, work, play, study in this location. Looking at the beautiful River Valley's vistas to the south and in the area, thinking about how beautiful Borden Park is and all the wonderful amenities in the area, the beautiful little shops to patronize down in Highlands, and of course you're just steps away from Commonwealth Recreation Center, beautiful Rat Creek trails, and so much more. When I think about how we want to curb urban sprawl as a city and how we want to create a city where people can drive less, where they have choices, where they can live and work and play closer to home, they don't have to spend so much money on gas and driving, that they can have more choices and more diversity. My failing eyes, but when I look at Google and I look at some of the apartments in the area and just the level of density, it's completely flat compared to, say, the University of Alberta or even Grant MacEwan for that instance. And I think one of the challenges here in other neighborhoods has been this feeling of all students have to live in Garneau or along White Avenue, and that shouldn't be the case. We should have options closer to campus. And I recall a number of years ago, I had a homestay student from Concordia, and she chose to live with us because she said there wasn't a lot of suitable housing for her in the area. And this, it's projects like this that can offer choices. And it's not just students, it's faculty, it's staff, it's the technology person, it's the cleaner, it's the cafeteria worker, it's everybody who may live, work, or play. And all we're doing here is allowing a parking lot that's underutilized right now on a beautiful River Valley site to become something more and to offer more housing choices. And in turn, we know that there's a connection between greater supply and greater affordability. And we know the number two issues for Edmontonians and Canadians right now are the housing crisis, affordability, and these pieces tie together. So obviously there's it's all in the how to. There's some growing pains here that are not not to be overlooked. I think certainly I hear administration that they're going to be very rigorous on this traffic piece, and we're going to need to figure out how that will be done. My hope, obviously, is that this will be a car-less development, that most of the people here are going to be choosing to live here because of the reasons mentioned. And I believe that 112th Ave in our future transit studies is due to get some love in terms of public and active transportation too. So yeah, I think I've covered all my points there. But when I think about how we need to grow as a city and how we have to build up and not out, and we need to make better use of our land and our infrastructure, and to help be more fiscally and environmentally cognizant of the challenges ahead of us. This is exactly the kind of project that we need to see, and we need to see more of. So let's sort out the details, and let's certainly do better on engagement in future. But I'm certainly prepared to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sohi. And it's these are always tough because, especially now with more standard zoning, we run into the situation where I know folks would love to have every single question answered before a decision is made to do this rezoning, and yet most of the answers to the questions come after the rezoning, which is always frustrating when you're on the public side of things. And so I truly do appreciate that can be hard, because you want to have that confidence before everything's done. Where I'm at, though, is that, and I appreciate a lot of what Councillor Jans just talked about, is that, this is a unique space in a institution that has been growing and growing and growing. I think I was pulling up their enrollment numbers from last year, and they're, about 45,000 students now. So not an insignificant space. And so part of what I have thought about is that adding 90 units of housing to a spot that sees that many students, this isn't going to probably make or break it, right? This is not going to be the difference maker that suddenly the traffic network fails or anything like that. Doesn't mean we don't need to work on those issues, and I've heard from Councillor Salvador as the ward councillor. She's going to keep working on that and working with the community. But as I look at this and look at where it's situated, and a bit to Councillor Jans's point, as if with so many students there, it would be nice to have some more housing options for those students, because maybe they don't need to then commute into this place every single day, which I think is something that we see right now. Heard about the parking concerns from the seminary, and I appreciate that, and I will say I'm glad that there's already some ways to help manage that, and I expect there will be continued sort of monitoring of that. But I do think this is a site that this type of development makes sense in terms of the physical structure itself, where it's situated on the site. I think makes sense. I have the same unanswered questions you do, and I know we don't have all the answers today, but my confidence is in both the city staff, who have provided some excellent answers today, and to the ward councillor, who I know is extremely thorough and meticulous on watching those things, and will work with the community to make sure that those are addressed as time goes on. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador, to close.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the words from my colleagues as well. I think that, sums up a lot of the things that I was thinking about and have been on my mind throughout this conversation. But I also want to begin by thanking our speakers for taking the time to be with us today and sharing your perspectives and flagging what I think are some pretty valid concerns and valid questions. As Councillor Knack mentioned, it's always a tricky position to be in, where we are, in a land use public hearing, talking about a conventional zone, wanting to have answers to details that we quite frankly can't at this point until we get to that detailed development permitting stage. So where I'm at, I look at the concerns that have been raised. The traffic safety one was really big for me as well. I did have questions just about the orientation of 71st, 73rd, and what exists in terms of surety for that, the parking lot component of that connection. So I was pleased to hear from administration that easement is in place and that public access is provided and that surety is there, that the connection will be available and public. I was also pleased to hear from administration that they are able to reach out directly to Concordia to have a conversation about the concerns that were flagged related to large trucks and vehicles that are currently serving Concordia. I think, again, very valid concern. 71 is not the widest of roads, and I could see how that could become a bit of a pinch point. So if there's anything that I can do to help follow up on those conversations, I would be more than happy to do so. Parking was also raised as a concern, and while we exist in a world with open option parking, we did hear from the applicant today that there is an intention to provide both at grade and underground parking to serve the folks who will live in this building, which is great to hear. And I think the thing that I root myself in, and Councillor Jans mentioned this, when we're asking, is this an appropriate land use for this particular location, I think about proximity to transit, amazing amenities, park spaces, the river valley, and the growing institutional use that is Concordia. It's also close to a major arterial. We got confirmation that there's great public transit that I still think needs to be improved, but that connection is there. I also think that this community in particular, it's a welcoming neighborhood. And I think that there's a real sense of neighborliness here. And I have no doubt that as new folks, whether they're students or staff or just other community members, start to live in a building like this one, that they'll be welcomed with open arms. And then finally, I will just mention, I appreciate hearing directly from the applicant that there is a willingness and commitment to have continual conversations with community as we get more further down the line and to a more detailed phase, so that community can understand what exactly the building will look like, what they can expect to see in the neighborhood, and that there is a dialogue there. I think that can build on the existing positive relationship that's been built between Concordia University and the wider community. And I think that there's been some demonstrated progress there in bridging that. Also very, very thankful that administration has offered to directly provide that bridge, whether we need to, exchange contact information or whatever that may look like. We can ensure that community is connected to the applicant and developer, and again, more than happy to help provide that bridge myself. So with all that in mind, I will be supporting this, but keeping a very close eye on things as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We got it. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move second reading of bylaw 20931.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Move consideration of third reading for bylaw 20931.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay,
And I'll move third and final reading for bylaw 20931.
Second.
please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are moving along to item 3.16, bylaw 20877, to allow for small-scale mixed-use development Laurier Heights, exempted by Councillor Hamilton. And we do have speakers on both sides of this item. Here we go. Before we go into before we ask administration for a presentation, I just want to run by the names again because a number of people were not here then. if they're joining us. Andrew Olson was here, Ryan Edick was here, Christine McCord-Reed was here, Mark Jones. Oh, there you are, joining us in person. Okay, and Sharon Ballet? Not here? Okay. Lana Riddle?
I'm here.
Thank you. Janice McDowell? Okay, thank you for joining us. And Stephen McGowan?
I'm here.
Thank you. All right, we will go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Laurier Heights neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the mixed-use zone, MU H12. Next slide, please. Located at the corner of 87th Avenue and 145th Street, the site is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides and abuts RS zone sites to the east. The site has quick access to bus service along 87th Avenue and 145th Street, commercial amenities along 149th Street and 85th Avenue, a park and school sites all within 7 minutes of walking distance. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard feedback from 14 residents, 10 in opposition, and 4 with questions. We heard concerns that this proposal would result in an increase in parking and traffic congestion, crime, a change in character of the neighborhood, that there are existing vacant commercial spaces already in the area, a concern about reduced property values, inadequate infrastructure, among others. The mixed-use zone is new to our neighborhoods and to residents. It is intended to be flexible and allow for many types of uses. We understand that this equates to a lot of unknowns for community about what kind of development can take shape. And we recognize that not knowing can be stressful, and if approved, this rezoning could result in impacts on the ground that are felt by the community. There are regulations in the zone to help mitigate the potential impacts. Next slide, please. In the Jasper Place District Plan, the site is located within the 87th Avenue secondary corridor. District policy supports low-rise development throughout secondary corridors. This application therefore proposes a smaller scale of development than what is expected along a secondary corridor. The inherent nature of the MU zone creates opportunities for mixed use, but facilitates growth and development anticipated in secondary corridors as directed by the district policy. Therefore, the proposed redevelopment can be considered appropriate at this location. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this bylaw. It aligns with the policy for secondary corridors, it is compatible with the surrounding uses, and it helps meet the community of communities target by enabling more people to meet their daily needs closer to home. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Ryan Edick and Andrew Olson. You are going to make a presentation, right? And you're Andrew or Ryan? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Ryan Eidick. I'm with Eins Consulting. We are the applicants for the file before you today. Next slide, please. So the intent of the application is to introduce commercial uses onto the subject site. It's located at the corner of an arterial road and secondary corridor, that's 87th Avenue, as mentioned by administration, and a collector roadway, that's 145th Street on the west side. Specifically, we're seeking the MU zone because it provides a broad range of commercial uses that are permitted and is well suited along at this location along a secondary corridor. On the screen here, this is a list of uses that are permitted in the MU zone, and I think that's where most of our discussion is going to be today. However, not all of them are completely feasible at this location or part of the intent. Next slide, please. So 2 of them are immediately eliminated: cannabis retail sales and vehicle support services. So uses that anything with a drive-through or anything that is vehicle-oriented are eliminated completely because of other regulations in the zoning bylaw. All the other uses that are listed are technically allowed, but not quite matching up with the intent. So the intent is to develop a small-scale mixed-use building with ground floor pedestrian-oriented retail and then offices on the upper floor. The uses that are intended to are those that would logically fit on a smaller site like this, as well as kind of meet the day-to-day needs of the surrounding residents and take advantage of significant traffic, vehicular, bus, and it's a future bike network, I believe, on 87th Ave. Uses that we heard during our engagement that were concerning, things like liquor stores, body rubs, bars, self-storage, entertainment uses, those are not intended for the site, however, are still permitted in the MU zone. Next slide, please. We've made every effort to reduce the scale and the impact of this development as much as possible, so we proposed a max height of 12 meters. It's about 1.5 meters higher than what is currently allowed in the RS. And it's actually similar to what the neighborhood commercial zone would be in terms of scale, and it's actually less than what is allowed in the MUN zone for reference. We believe this highlights our commitment to reducing the scale and the impact of the development down to simply a 2- or 3-story building. Maximum build-out under the MU zone would be about 50% larger than what's allowed in the RS zone. It has larger setbacks along the sides, so the building would be further away from 145th Street to the west, as well as the existing dwelling to the east. But it does have a reduced front yard setback, and there is a 0-meter setback required on the south side. Next slide, please. Now, the intention is to provide some on-site parking. This is important for the office uses that are an important part of the proposed development. It's also something that we heard a lot of during engagement, that on-site parking is something that we should be providing. In adding this parking area off the rear lane, which is what is required from the zoning bylaw, this reduces the overall building scale to about 10% of what is 10% larger than what is currently allowed under the RS zone. So it's a longer and skinnier building, definitely. However, it'll likely accommodate only about 3 CRUs on the main floor and then 2 office uses above is what we're currently looking at. We believe the intended development will actually enhance the area, and we feel that we've done what we can to reduce the scale as much as possible while still meeting the intent of the development, city plan, district plan policies, as well as doing this all in a standard zone, which I understand is a little bit challenging. Through engagement, we heard that we heard some concerns. However, most of them were related, or some of them, I should say, were related to issues that can be dealt with at the development permit stage. Things like parking, built form, site design, that type of thing. So happy to answer any questions that you might have. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for joining us and for the presentation. We'll go to council members for questions to you and or to Andrew as well. This was exempted by Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and I was going to ask you about potential uses, because I do have a suspicion that this will come up in some of the later conversation, a healthy suspicion, I should say. But to reiterate, you're not intending to put any uses like liquor-based uses, no bar, liquor, or self-storage on this site. And does that include like a restaurant or a wine bar of some sort?
Through the chair to Councillor Hamilton, it's not really the intent to have a restaurant or a bar or anything like that currently. That is permitted in the MU zone though, so.
Yeah, and you're not seeking that to be struck through some sort of direct control, correct? No. Could you, one of the things I think that came out in the engagement from the community as well was some of the potential impacts to surrounding properties, largely relating to an increase in commercial traffic and an increase in parking or limitations on parking. I understand this is on a secondary roadway, so people would likely not be driving interior to the community. However, with the parking at the back, do you see in the potential uses that remain from what is feasible on this site, that there would be a lot of day-to-day traffic, let's say over 10 visits by vehicle per day, which I think administration sort of considers a major commercial use at that point.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So no, the office uses would be utilizing that parking throughout the day. The commercial uses would be utilizing them kind of afternoon, evening. That's the intent, anyways. We weren't asked for a TIA or a parking study or anything through our application, but yeah, we don't believe that it'll trip over any of the networks.
And forgive me, my my ability to imagine 3 CRUs on this site is. I'm sort of having difficulty conceptualizing it. When you're talking about 3 CRUs, which, as I recall, it stands for commercial retail units, what size are you looking in terms of the build out for an individual CRU?
Yeah, great question, Councillor Hamilton. So through the chair to you, so we'd be looking at about 1,000 square feet per use, roughly. Some of them, depending on who it is, they might take 2,000 square feet, but there's only 3,000 square feet that are potentially on the ground floor, so that's what we would be looking at.
And help me sort of conceptualize, how does that compare to, say, a commercial retail unit that you might see on Jasper Avenue today? Is there something that sort of you could eyeball around that square footage?
Way different context, obviously, but some of them would be definitely similar. I can provide some examples. I'm not sure about any in your ward currently, but there's a couple in the neighborhoods that I live in. So I live in McKernan, and there's a development. So I guess Councillor Jans's ward, there is a development on 109th Street and 70th Ave that has it's a 2.5-story building. There's offices on the top floor, then a daycare and a liquor store on the main floor. I don't know if y'all know that one, but that's kind of what we'd be looking for in terms of build form and kind of the scale of it. I think something like an example from Councillor Salvador's ward, although not completely comparable, but where that Kind ice cream is, there's a Kind, I think a medical clinic, a spa, an office. It'd be that kind of development as well.
Yeah, and you're talking about the Highlands, in the
Correct.
Highlands area. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
All right, I'm familiar with a couple of those examples, so I appreciate that that context. I think I might come back on new information, but thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair as well?
Yeah, I've got
Thank
the
you
chair.
so much. So what I'm hearing is that the size of the main floor, even though there are wide range of uses that are allowed under the zone, practically you're limited to what you can actually do with this site.
Yeah, that's a good way of considering it, yep.
But how do you ensure you're the applicant on behalf, you made the application on behalf of the landowner, right? But what can you do to assure the community in your engagement, previous engagement, moving forward? Because, some stuff will come under the regulations. So how do you continue to engage with the community to ensure they understand what comes that side?
Yeah, so through your worship, or to your worship, yeah, we engaged with the community league already. We reached out, and I think we're going to hear from a member of that community league as well.
Yeah.
So we reached out, we made those connections, we provided all this information already, and we're happy to continue those discussions as we move forward. Same thing with the immediate adjacent neighbors, who I believe are here today as well. So we're happy to continue those discussions on uses once they're a little bit more known. As I mentioned, the only uses that are known right now would be the office uses.
Okay. Got it. And you had engagement already with, as you mentioned, so that you're going to build on that.
100%, yeah,
Okay.
and we're committed to continuing that relationship, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. I'll take the chair back.
I return the chair.
Thank you. With that concludes the questions to you. Thank you so much. You can step back, please, if you don't mind. Now we will go to members of the committee in opposition to this bylaw. And I'll call your names. Christine McCord-Reed joining us remotely. Christine, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Thank you. And Mark Jones, please come down to one of the chairs. And Lana Riddle.
Yes, I'm here.
You'll be speaker number 3. Janice McDorrell. McDonald, please. You'll be speaker number 4, and Stephen McGowan, you'll be speaker number 5. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And some of you might be new to the process, never been here probably, right? I just want to, each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. And after 5 minutes are up, once we have heard from all of you, council members may have questions to you. So please go ahead. We'll start with Christine McCord-Reed.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors, and members of the public. My name is Christine McCourt-Reed, and I'm speaking today as the president of the Laurier Heights Community League. I am speaking in opposition to the proposed rezoning here. I want to make note that the Laurier Heights Community League is always looking for ways to support those who want to be a part of our neighborhood. We have worked in good faith with developers in the past and are currently doing so in other areas of Laurier Heights currently to find solutions and locations that are more appropriate for mixed-use developments. However, this proposed rezoning does not fit the character or needs of our community. From the outset, communication and engagement from the developer has been seriously lacking. Initially, we were told that the proposed development would consist of a residence with a law office, something that is completely allowed under the current zoning. However, the plans have since changed dramatically, and the developer has not been transparent or forthcoming in their communications with the community league or the nearby residents. This has caused significant concerns for the continuing changes of this and frustration among both residents and the community league as a whole, and we feel that we have not been dealt with in good faith. Community engagement is crucial for projects like these, yet the voices of those who live here have been largely ignored. We want to emphasize at this time that we do support the city's broader goals of diversifying neighborhoods and increasing density, but we believe that any such changes need to be done in a way that is appropriate and makes sense for our communities. This particular proposal, unfortunately, does not meet that standard. The applicant has advised that they want to establish a law office on the site and propose parking stalls in the lane. Under the current zoning, this is already possible through a home-based business solution, which we do support. Unfortunately, the proposed mixed-use district introduces a range of commercial uses that are incompatible with the surrounding residential development. The mixed-use district, as we've already heard, allows for use such as liquor stores, bars, body rub centers, and such. These types of businesses do not belong in this quiet, family-oriented residential area like Laurier Heights. While they are allowed under the mixed-use zoning, it raises concerns about the proximity to schools and residential properties. And while these may not be the current intent of the developer as stated, there is nothing to prevent these from going into this site in the future once it has been rezoned. These businesses are simply not compatible with the existing residential land use and would create significant disruptions in our neighborhood. There is no shortage of commercial space available nearby within a 4-block radius in either direction. Along both 149th Street and 142nd Street, there are numerous vacancies that could accommodate the applicant's proposed offices and businesses. So it makes no sense to us to introduce commercial development into this specific residential site when suitable options exist just blocks away. The proposed development would only worsen existing issues of traffic at this site. The intersection at 87th Avenue Northwest has been a long concern for traffic congestion and is a hot spot for neighborhood shortcutting. The city, as you know, has made efforts to address these issues in the past, but adding a commercial element here will only exacerbate this problem. With several schools nearby, children are walking to and from school in both the morning and afternoon at this site 10 months of the year during high volume traffic periods. Increased traffic and parking demands will negatively impact the safety, particularly for these children in our community and surrounding neighborhoods. The applicant has suggested that they may place a caveat on the property title in previous discussions to prevent certain undesirable uses such as liquor stores and the likes. While this is a step in the right direction, it is not a guarantee, and the potential remains for future uses that are not in line with the character or needs of the neighborhood. We advise the applicant that if the rezoning were to proceed, they should consider making the building blend into the residential landscape, protecting trees and ensuring the privacy of neighboring homeowners. The plans they are putting forth at this time do not seem to take that into consideration. Even at that, the development introduces a commercial element that doesn't belong in this particular residential section of Laurier Heights. We believe the development could easily be accommodated within the existing commercial office spaces, as I mentioned, particularly at 149th Street and 87th Avenue, where vacancies are abundant. Forcing this into a residential area offers no clear benefit to the community. In conclusion, we are committed to working with the developers to ensure projects meet the needs of Laurier Heights. This rezoning, we feel, is inappropriate for our neighborhood. The existing zoning allows for development that aligns with our community's character and the needs they had originally expressed. We urge you to please consider voting against this rezoning to prevent traffic, parking, noise, and incompatible commercial uses from disrupting the lives of our neighborhood residents. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll next go to Mark Jones.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Council and Mayor Sohi. I think Christine stole my my presentation. I wrote a discussion paper that I was prepared to deliver, but I couldn't present it because it was too long. So I worked out some notes, and Christine got them all, and I agree with her totally with her discussion. Laurier is a long-time residential community. The city rezoning study was a 5-year process starting in 2018 that saw this, that resulted in the site being zoned RS, meaning that a development on the site could consist of residential development of perhaps 8 or so housing units along with limited commercial components. That structure could be oriented to neighborhood walk-in traffic. I can support that concept. After 5 years of study, the RS zoning was adopted by Council in October of 2023 and it became effective January 1st. But in less than 9 months, there is now an application in front of Council to rezone the site to MU, multiple use, with no call for any residential component. At 3 times site coverage, what we seem to be looking at now is around 1,800 square meters or 20,000 square feet, because I don't operate so well in square meters. That we're told by the development consultant that the developer is considering developing 3 floors of office or commercial. This will mean many employees and potentially many clients working for or visiting law offices. 3 lawyers and 5 or 6 staff, that could be 10 people pretty quickly. A doctor's office with 1 or 2 practitioners, you can get another 8 to 10 people working in the building. A real estate office, which would be a potential, will have lots of sales folks coming and going. You might end up with 30 employees or potential visitors to the site, and that doesn't include clients, many of whom will require parking. Where are they going to park? Not on the site, according to the plans that we've been told about. They'll be parking in front of my house and my neighbor's house on 87th Avenue and 86th and 145th Street, despite bus stops and snow piles in the winter. The traffic on 87th Avenue is already extremely busy, and adding left turning coming off of 87th Avenue into this site in the morning will just exacerbate the problem there. Traffic will then start to access the site via neighborhood streets coming off of 142nd Street and 149th Street. That's not good, as the neighborhood streets are generally quite quiet. I know that because I often ride a road bike on those streets. School and student traffic, again, a huge conflict. St. Rose Junior High is 2 blocks north of the site, and Laurier Junior High and Elementary is 2 blocks south and 2 blocks east of the site. Both of those schools see student foot traffic going both ways to and from the schools, crossing 87th Avenue to 145th Street, and as well as accessing buses at the 3 adjacent bus stops. In closing, I can see no benefit to the community of Laurier or the city. From this rezoning, the only benefit is to the developer. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Lana Riddle.
Hi, thank you for the time to speak, to ask questions and to oppose the building rezoning for the following reasons. First off, I did not receive proper notice in the mailed notice. I live closer than 60 meters from the location, and I did not receive it, and neither did many of my neighbors. We didn't receive a notice until it was the public notice that was sent out, I believe, in mid-August. So I have a big concern about the rezoning proposal. And first of all, I'd like to support wholeheartedly what Christine McCourt said and what Mark just said. I agree with everything, every point that they made. One of the reasons I also, again, reiterating what they both said, was that we've not been given assurance to what type of business use is being proposed to go in here, whether it's now or when the building is constructed or in the future. So if it's allowable to have bars or body rub places or anything that falls under that category, I have great concern about that. This is a big problem. So if it were to be approved, and I hope it's not, I deeply oppose it, then this building and other buildings, there should be something that would be set so that so that the people are assured that this wouldn't happen in the future. Also, traffic is a problem, as Mark stated. 87th Avenue is really, really busy. Traffic's backed up right now for 4 to 5 blocks every day for school start and at the end of school. And then you have rush hour traffic that are turning off of 87th Avenue onto 149th Street. You wait 5 minutes, and sometimes you hope that someone's going to cross the street so you could at least have an opportunity to get into that lane. So as far as how many businesses are proposing, it's my understanding just from this last presentation that there's 2 floors, and it would accommodate, so for the total building, 2 to 4 businesses. I don't feel comfortable about having it so up in the air. And as far as parking, how many parking stalls are they planning? What's the amount that they've actually been proposing in this plan? I don't see that anywhere. I am concerned about if there is traffic that's coming in, and as Mark stated, if it is a doctor's office, you're going to have many foot traffic or patients that are coming in their vehicles to access this doctor or law or whatever. You're just going to have a lot more people. With the parking, 145 Street is a bus route. There's windrows that are put up there, and I gotta say, like, it's poor cleaning and poor snow removal for many years. We pay for the sidewalks, and the graders are damaging those sidewalks, just as an aside, but there's not enough parking on this street, and therefore they'll be parking in front of the residential homes, limiting our parking. I want to know what kind of guarantee we can do to stop traffic. If this were to be approved, what is the construction time limit? So a start and an end date. And if they go further than the end date, can you impose a fine for every day that it doesn't go on? Again, I completely oppose this structure and this rezoning. And in addition to that it should happen for all construction going on. There should be a fine deadline. So let's see, I'm sorry, I'm just a little, so I'd like to have some assurance that, first off, this doesn't happen. I'd like it to start all over, in fact, because the neighbors were not properly notified, and the additional traffic, the congestion. I think that this is a major talking point with concern on how the community members can gain access to their own community with this kind of congestion and traffic and extra business. So I recommend that the other vacant lots within blocks from here be used for businesses and this remain a residential. And that's everything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Janice Pictorial.
So now that I'm going fourth, really, we're going to drive things home again with me repeating things. Good afternoon. I've been a resident of Laurier Heights for almost 30 years, and I strongly oppose the 3-story commercial property building being built directly beside our homes. We keep saying Laurier Heights, but it's also Parkview, because Parkview is just on the other side of 87th Avenue. There's been a large increase in the foot and car traffic due to 2 new childcare facilities and children's music school less than a block away from the proposed site. There are 3 well-used city bus stops for junior high students and elementary school students across from the proposed site. Very easy to say that law offices are going to go in at the beginning of this site, but what's to say inappropriate shops can go in after the fact at a later date. There's already limited and restricted parking in the neighborhood due to service roads and because of the bus routes and the windrows. Proposed property not only has a narrow service road to accommodate tenant parking, this is a street for people to live on, not for businesses to function. The city needs more residential properties, as we've all said, not commercial properties in our neighborhoods. The commercial building at the busy intersection of 87th Avenue and 149th Street is never fully occupied with tenants. There was actually a law office in there already. I fail to see what businesses are needed on this residential street corner. I strongly encourage all of you as you're driving home and your very, very slow commute down 87th Avenue, or as you were stopped while letting one of the many students or children crossing 87th Avenue heading to school, to glance over at the proposed site and realize that a commercial 3-story commercial building doesn't belong next to these residential homes and on the street. And as Councillor Jan says earlier, would you want to live next to this if this was your house? And I also find it interesting at the presentation of the building, the one slide showed just one house next to the proposed building. If you were to zoom out, all you will see are houses around that proposed property. So maybe think about that as you're driving home and just realize this does not belong in this property and this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Stephen McGowan.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak here today. Good afternoon. Again, I'd like to thank council members today for the time to discuss this planned rezoning in my community. And as somebody who objects to this development, I would like to discuss why. Now, I agree with everything that everyone else who objects to this development has presented. And I would like to begin by reiterating that the vast majority of this community objects to this development. Not many of them were available to attend this meeting, and the amount of traffic in terms of correspondence to the city does not actually reflect how vast the objection to this really is. And as city bylaws explicitly prohibit petitions concerning property rezonings, I'm unable to demonstrate by petition to this committee the extent of the objection, but it is there. Now, there are a host of reasons why I and my neighbors object to this proposed rezoning, and you've heard a lot of them already. Some of these reasons, of course, we know cannot even come into consideration, such as the devaluation of adjacent property. So let me instead address why the city would believe this is a good rezoning, and then discuss with you how this reasoning is flawed. So the city vision is to develop 15-minute communities with access to essential business built into the neighborhoods. In this part of the vision, this project is completely unnecessary, as the community already has several locations immediately adjacent that hold businesses that the community can access, and these locations have vacancies, so additional businesses could be infilled in those already available locations. Further, the city views 87th Ave and the transit access there as acceptable to support access to a potential business hub at this location. However, as others have pointed out, if you look more closely at the corridor, one would see that it's highly congested throughout the day, making this access less than ideal. Furthermore, given the volume of traffic and the reality that people with desire to access this location for its business offerings, it would simply exacerbate the already frustrating traffic congestion in the corridor. And of course, all of these concerns are relatively minor when we consider the safety consequences for such a development. It's undeniable that a development on this site would include business that would draw additional traffic directly to the community. And in this, our opposition is not unfounded. Studies conducted by the Canadian Institute for Health Information have shown that increased traffic can lead to higher rates of accidents, particularly those involving pedestrians. We cannot stand by while our children's safety is compromised. In this immediate area, others have pointed out, children are crossing from 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning till just after 9, and from 2:30 in the afternoon till 4:30. And if you consider further that the traffic coming to this area from downtown traveling on 142nd Street would be required to turn left from 87th Avenue onto 145th Street, if they actually did do that, they would have to wait for a break in traffic coming from the other direction. And this would necessarily create a dangerous situation by backing up the traffic into the traffic circle, which would likely lead to drivers making swift and dangerous lane changes in order to get around the turning individual. Or conversely, drivers choosing to bypass and attempt to access this location by driving past Laurier Heights School would create additional traffic in that area and pose a particular hazard to very small school children that might not be visible trying to cross over to their school based on the parked cars of other parents dropping off their children. Now, finally, when we first received notice of this proposed rezoning, I contacted the developer and asked them if they could offer any information to convince me to approve of their plan, and they politely told me that they could not. I argue that if this is something that the developer would not want in his own community, he should not be attempting to put it in my community. I respectfully thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will open for questions from council members. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out to speak today and for sitting around for the morning before we got to this application. I think it was Lana Riddle. You mentioned that you live within the 60 meters but only got the application circulation, correct? That came mid-August?
Yes, that's right.
All right. And sometimes there's a pre-application circulation. Certainly, I know some of the neighbors got it. I looked to Mr. Jones, you got a pre-application circulation? Yes. Okay. I will ask administration about sort of why some people got a pre-application circulation and some only got the application circulation and notice of public hearing. I also remind me if there's a set of lights at 145th Street. Sorry, would you mind?
There are.
Okay, so so it's a controlled intersection there at 145th Street to allow the students to cross.
There is only a crossing light that you push. It's just one light going east-west on 87th. There is no light going north-south. It is pretty much activated by a pedestrian touching the button to change the light.
Yes, and I was pretty certain that there wasn't a north-south, but thank you for that reminder. I'll also ask about a TIA on your behalf, because I'm hearing a lot of concerns, not just about the traffic with this potential application, but and certainly I know the community's been dealing for years with the increase in traffic relating to construction on other corridors, as well as the turn bay alignment on 87th Avenue. So one of the things that may come up, and maybe I'll start with you, Mr. Jones, is that this rezoning fundamentally sort of occupies a similar footprint to what is currently allowed, a little bit of a higher allowance in terms of height, and a little bit, I would say within a meter, change to the setback. Someone might, for argument's sake, say that a multi-use family application could come forward that would reduce the setbacks and allow for quite a significant impact on height. Would you, if it were residential, say with 8 units on that site, would you still be here in opposition? Or is the commercial uses specific to this site the main consideration for you?
Oh, my main problem is the commercial aspect of the site. There is a development in Parkview, that looks to be somewhere between 4 and 8 units on 95th Avenue and 145th Street. I could live with that. It is high, and it would steal sunlight from my backyard, but I'd much rather have that than some commercial use waking me up at 2 o'clock on Sunday morning.
All right. And it's McDowell, correct? It's spelled in our notes McDowell. So
McDowell, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You also mentioned that you'd rather see housing than a commercial use on that site. Given that it could go higher and have a much bigger footprint, does that change your opinion?
Yeah, it's the fact that it's the commercial.
Okay.
Yeah. Residential is fine. It's residential we need. Yeah.
Okay. And I know some years ago, maybe Ms. McCourt-Reid, there was some pre-application consultation done on a file that never came forward to City Council, but you may have some recollection of a proposal to build some, I would say, duplexes or townhouses along 87th Avenue. The Community League at that time, I don't think had a position, but there was some concern in the neighborhood about this kind of multifamily development. Do you think the community would still share that opposition to some multifamily development, or do you think, is your primary consideration here the commercial uses and the lack of certainty around those uses going forward?
That's a great question, Councillor Hamilton. You're right. The previous proposed development never did come to fruition. The developer actually never dealt with the Community League directly. We heard whispers of it, and we're talking to the residents who had been approached directly. Laurier Heights, we are aware, is a very unique community in the city in terms of densification. We do not have, other than Canterbury, which is our seniors living complex, we don't really have multi-use family developments in our neighborhood. So we are very open to this moving forward. We know we want to stop urban sprawl, we want to densify, but we want to do it in a way that is meaningful and appropriate for the neighborhood. So you're right, no application was ever put in, nothing was ever came forward from that other one, but I think there is definitely appetite for mixed use residential, and we're currently working, Councillor Hamilton, with another developer on this that you'll have seen an email come through from them today into your inbox as well on things like that. So we're open to it, we just want things done in a transparent and accountable way, which we don't believe this is being done.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and again, thanks to everyone who came to speak. Maybe I'll stick with you, Ms. McCourt-Reid, just since you're representing the Community League. I guess what I'm trying to make sure so I'm hearing the concerns, and I guess I wanted to get a sense of, I think about the commercial development by the school with the Sweet Pea Play School and Cafe, and now the new music school. I happen to ride through the community once a week, so I go by that site quite often. That feels like it's a significant traffic generator, a draw into the neighborhood. So I'm just curious, because I actually don't know, I don't represent the area. I'm curious, does that have the same type of impact, the impacts that we've heard that are the concern if it's located here, is that already happening at this existing site? Do you have those same issues? And if,
We don't have the same issues, Councillor Knack, and I will say the music school is new, as you know, so it's still in an up and coming phase. Sweet Pea does definitely bring some traffic to the neighborhood. It is not typically during peak hours and rush hour, so it's great to have a local cafe. Many of the people who come to the Sweet Pea Cafe, for example, though, are from our neighborhood and the adjoining neighborhoods as well. So while we do have some people coming from outside of kind of our corridor of partner communities, I would say a large portion of the people attending are from that. So that site is not currently a large traffic generator.
So more local traffic, and the concern is that this potentially has the potential to draw traffic external to the community, and that's one of the major concerns that I'm hearing, depending on what they're thinking of doing there at that site. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it for questions for me. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
And I'll follow up with Christine McCord-Reid. So you said the process on this case, in this situation, has not been open and transparent. Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Your Worship, for the question. We have Mr. Olson has been communicating with myself and our civics team lead somewhat regularly. They have not been forthcoming. When we ask questions, the answers are very loose, broad, and evasive. They have not seemed to be answering any of the direct questions we've been asking. There has been the proposal that came forth today. The first time we saw it was through this paperwork. It was not through Mr. Olson or through the developer at all. Like I said in my presentation, we had been told that we just want, maybe to put a law office in with a residential unit there, which, as I stated, was very much allowed in the current zoning. So we questioned why the need for rezoning. And then the story started to change. But again, not transparent, not answering the questions. We just have not had clear communication from them at all. And we are, as I stated as well, we are working with other developers in the neighborhood as well. It's a completely different process when you have someone who really does seem to want to engage and listen to the needs of the community and develop pieces that are built not just for the needs of the city, but for the needs of the community to fit in as well. And this has certainly not been our experience with this site.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your openness and the community's openness about diversity of housing in Laurier Heights. And that diversity of choice actually lacks in that neighborhood, as you have mentioned. So your main issues are around lack of transparency and lack of engagement, and probably not preferring commercial component of this site.
For that specific site, it doesn't make sense to us to put commercial on that site that is completely residential. It's already a difficult intersection. We have two other sites in the neighborhood, as I mentioned, both within 4 blocks of either direction of that site that are great commercial opportunities. So we're just a little perplexed about why this site should be it when it is such a residential space with already concerns that would just be exacerbated by rezoning this.
Yeah. Has there been any conversations with the applicant or the NS who are putting this application on behalf of the landowner around traffic mitigations, recognizing that 145 Street is a bus route, but also kids crossing from schools, and there's only pedestrian activated light, but not a full intersection light?
That has not been a discussion they've had with myself or our other, our civics lead from our community league. I don't know if that's discussion they've had with the neighboring residents. They have seemed to address some of our concerns around the parking by adding parking in the back, but I would imagine that parking in the back will be for the staff who would be working in these office spaces. There just is not parking in this area. The 145th Street is a bus route. There's not parking available there. So if they're putting in this parking, it would likely be for the tenants. So I would still be interested to know where the actual clients of these businesses would be meant to park.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Okay. And so that concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. If you don't mind, please step back to the place you were sitting before, and we'll go to, at this time, we'll go to administration for questions. And we'll start with Councillor Hamilton. Oh,
Yeah, I have questions. Thank you. So one of the main concerns we heard was on the circulation notice. There was a pre-application circulation. I knew about this because I think a lot of folks got the pre-application circulation, but we're hearing that not everyone within the 60-meter radius got the pre-application circulation notice. So I'm wondering if you can provide some clarity on why folks may have received different application notices, even if they're within that 60-meter boundary.
Right, so the 60 meters is upon application when we receive it. We refer to it as like the advance notice. Or when we mailed the 60 meters, we noticed a lot of response. So in our public engagement charter, this is what we're committed to being more responsive. When we noticed there's a lot of community concern. So we expanded that notice radius to 120 for the public hearing notice. So it doesn't necessarily jibe if people within the 60 meters who live within 60 meters are saying they didn't receive the notice. We don't have any notices of returned mail, but it does make sense why there would be more people who would have received it at the public hearing stage.
Okay, and I don't know where the specific address to or the radius, but some of those folks within the 60 meters are saying that they only heard about this when the actual notification for public hearing came forward. So.
Yes, and I mean, it's possible that first postcard went unnoticed. I mean, we do hear this and it happens, but as I mentioned, we don't have any returned mail on that.
Okay. One of the things that came up significantly on the that we heard from speakers was their impacts about potential traffic issues. And if you do travel down 87th Avenue, particularly in morning or evening rush hour, you can't help but notice that there is usually a backup all the way to the traffic circle. And I know the neighborhood has gotten a lot of shortcutting through there. So understanding that for minor uses, you're usually talking about under 10 visits per business per day. You know, are you looking at any kind of overarching traffic study for the area or any augmentation to the existing traffic controls like the lights?
Councillor, from site-specific perspective, the scale of the development is such that we did not ask for a TIA for traffic assessment. However, we did our own assessment based on the information shared today, looking at 3,000 to 4,000 square feet of commercial, what that potentially could generate, and is that significant enough? And the answer is no. However, the other part of this is looking at it from network perspective. Yes, I think we totally appreciate the concerns raised today, and those concerns are not solely just because of volume. There is a lot of construction happening in the vicinity because of LRT. So the travel pattern today is not necessarily reflective of future due to those large changes. So we won't recommend doing a network study at this time.
Yeah, and that's been my understanding in the past. The last question I'll ask before I run out of time, but I may have to come back for a second round. We heard that folks would rather see a higher residential use, meaning more density than what would be a relatively low density commercial use. And I'm wondering why administration chose to support a mixed use rather than pushing for, because we're so close to a district node here. You're really between two secondary corridors on a secondary corridor. Why didn't you push for a higher residential use?
So secondary corridors in our policy are meant to be destinations, local destinations for surrounding neighborhoods. Mixed-use zones are designed, it is right in the purpose of the zone, to be used on corridors, primary corridors and secondary corridors. These corridors are expected to be full of activity. They link to nodes. They are transit links and corridors, right? They are intended to be mixed use. They can also be commercial for stretches at a time. They can be residential for stretches at a time. So the mixed use is really, it's the ideal zone here. It can be entirely residential. This building could be entirely residential. That flexibility is built into the zone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Cardwell.
Great, thank you. On the traffic question, during the AM peak, traffic going north on 149th Street is not permitted to turn right and go down 80th Avenue and 84th Avenue, correct? Well, it is correct because I drive by the signs every day. I'm not sure who's talking. So, if on the premise that only people that can enter the neighborhood that are going to a house, that if you're not going to a house, you ought not be turning and you get a ticket.
You get a ticket whether you're.
I'm sorry, who is this? So Steve, Stephen, we have already concluded the questions to you. At this time, council members are asking questions to administration, our city staff. We will come back to you under new information if council wishes to ask you questions, okay? We will focus our questions on administration now.
Okay, so I deserve a little more time if I run out. If we've got people that are coming into the neighborhood to get to this commercial development and they're making those right-hand turn movements, what happens then to that traffic control device?
Councillor, if it is prohibited today, it will remain that way, and then it leads to enforcement issues.
But people are rightly entering the neighborhood to go to their place of commerce. So, I mean, are we going to end up, or do we create a situation where we create uncertainty and we create an enforcement question?
Yes, that definitely leads to some on-site assessment to be done.
Right. I have a zoning bylaw renewal question. So if this rezoning goes through today, what is the impact on the adjacent property? It's essentially deemed, not deemed rezoned, but the commercial uses are now permitted on the adjacent property, correct?
Yes.
In both directions, to the east and to the south?
To this abutting properties. So.
But if you're separated by an alley?
Then no.
Then no. Okay.
Yeah.
So the rezoning question today also impacts the next property to the east?
It could, yeah. It opens up the opportunity for more commercial uses under RS.
Just the next property?
Just the next property.
Just the next property.
It has to be abutting.
And so if that property then redeveloped into a commercial use and then rezoned after the fact, then the next property is effectively deemed rezoned, yes?
Yes.
So you can get a bit of a cascading down the block in that way.
Yeah, it allows for the organic development of smaller local nodes, commercial nodes over time.
And then once there's 3 or 4 adjacent lots that are all zoned commercial, then a bigger commercial building could go into that site.
A bigger commercial, yes, Councillor Cartmel, right now with secondary corridors, like the built form throughout is expected to be low rise. So that's 4 stories. On arterial roadways, mid-rise is expected, so 6 to 8 stories. So this is a very small scale proposal that's in front of us.
Right now it is, yeah, but it could lead to much larger scale things down in the years to come.
Not even lead to. This could have been an application for a much bigger building.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. I had one more question, I'm sorry. Yes, from a land use perspective, the proponent has suggested that these are going to be 2 office-type buildings and 3 commercial-type buildings and uses, and that the uses don't include cannabis or liquor or those kinds of things. But from a land use perspective, we can't necessarily presume that, correct? I mean, the uses could be anything. We're often told not to consider the use on a land.
You're correct. You're bang on,
Right.
Councillor. What you're being asked today is to decide on a suite of uses and regulations for that zone, the full suite and uses, not just on one landowner's intention. And pardon me, as the community's pointed out, and this is why we say you should consider the full suite of uses, is that that land could change hands and the new owner could have a different intention based on the zone.
Councillor Cartmel, I'll just add, we know cannabis wouldn't be permitted due to the separation distance from the park. Yep.
Right, fair, sorry,
From the
yeah,
school.
yeah, so that's, we should make that clear, I agree. Okay, those are my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And along with cannabis.
Sorry, we'll stop here.
Oh, it's 3:29.
Yeah,
Look at
it's
that.
3:29.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get into the break.
Keep everyone in suspense.
We will be back in 15 minutes at 3:45 after a quick break. Okay. All right. Okay, ready? Okay. All right. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councilor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Prinsby.
Hello.
Councilor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councilor Tang. Councilor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councilor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councilor Salvador. Councilor Carmel.
Hello.
Councilor Rice.
Here.
Councilor Jans. Okay. All right. Oh, Councilor Knack, sorry to interrupt you before the break.
That's fine. I didn't really start, so that's perfect. Thank you. So and you started touching on this in answers to Councilor Cartmel's question, and I'm going to sort of ask both sort of a land use and then a traffic associated use on this, because I'm hearing the concern about traffic generation, but being that this is on 87th Avenue and is on a corner lot on an on an arterial road. Now, I appreciate it's only one lot right now, so you probably couldn't do. You would be able to do up to a 4-story building on a lot like this right now. There are 4-story buildings on single lots. Gosh, in my neighborhood, there's at least a 3 or 4-story building in my neighborhood that's on a single lot.
It's possible. There's a floor area ratio max
Exactly.
of 3
So you might not get to 4, but
Exactly.
you could do 3. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out from a traffic generation piece is that you're probably able to do 10 to 12 units on a site like this. And my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Saeed, is that if you had 10 to 12 residential units, you would be generating more traffic than you would if you had a commercial space on this site. Or, that from what I can think about in terms of how much development and how much, now, assuming hopefully some people take the bus and all of that, but you would hope that in either scenario.
I would say most likely in the same ballpark, rather than more or less, because it all depends on the end user for commercial. So if it is a commercial entity that is very much walkable, something really local, then there is no traffic generation or very minimal. So, and on the other side also, there is for residential, there is 87 Avenue, which will continue to provide some frequent transit. You are for 149 Street, you are about 500 meters away, which is going to carry mass transit, part of B5. So those elements are there. So end of the day, maybe it's similar, but it's hard to literally just say.
Until you know which specific commercial uses could be less, unlikely to be more in any, like looking at the available uses, I'm not sure there's any use that generates more traffic than residential. The question is it the same or is it less than what you could do on a site like that?
I think that's a reasonable statement to give, yeah.
I'm of two minds of how you best manage that intersection. As somebody that rides my bike through that about once a week, coming at rush hour, it's not pleasant. But if you put a traffic light in, does that generate, we did that in Crestwood where you put a traffic light up on 142nd Street at about 95th Avenue, and it created a lot more shortcutting through the community because people have found a way to sort of circumvent the arterial road. So on one hand, I worry that if you have a full traffic light there, you cause people to start turning through there to skip the backlog that occurs at 149th, particularly on the PM peak. There's a way to address it in the morning, as Councillor Cartmel talked about, but not necessarily a way, I think, on the PM, because there's no left turn restriction there at that time, at the PM rush hour, I don't think.
There isn't, and yes, there could be unintended consequences to that. Plus, the decision of having a signal, whether it will help the corridor or not, needs to be looked at more holistically, the impact to the overall corridor rather than individual.
Yeah.
So I think for now, how things are at the moment, yes, it is very congested. At least we have half signal, which is for pedestrians, so the safety element is there. And whether a signal could be needed in the future, that that's to be determined.
Yeah, and I mean, but I would argue safety is interestingly enough probably for the pedestrians, but it's actually not so much there if you're vehicle traffic trying to get onto that road at those busy times, or in the case of myself, occasionally riding across that. Not always the most pleasant experience, but that would be part of what you would analyze and further. So if they're coming forward with a more significant commercial use, you didn't require traffic impact assessment yet, but would there be any trigger points for any of the uses that would then, you would have to do another analysis on that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are probably all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So recognizing that there's enough retail and commercial available in the neighborhood, 149th Street, then the coffee shop not too far from there, and there's an office building on the corner of 149 and 87. When applications such as this comes to us, so recognizing enough commercial retail, but also recognizing not having enough diversity of housing choices. So when an application comes to you, would you not suggest to applicants, say, this is more viable option, and this is what actually need is in the neighborhood instead of need that may already be filled by existing uses?
Well, the mixed-use zone does allow for residential, so it has that flexibility to be either or both.
But what we heard from the applicant is that their desire is to have retail and office, right? Which is plenty in the neighborhood, but housing diversity is lacking.
So when we review an application, we don't consider the intention of the applicant, because tomorrow that property could change hands, and we have to look at the full extent of what's possible to be built underneath that zone.
Yeah, but recognizing what is needed in the city, in that particular neighborhood, yes, like what tools available to encourage what is needed to get built.
The mixed-use zone would meet the needs of residential.
Yes, would meet the needs of the residential in the form of
Multi-unit housing.
But that's not what the intent is. Maybe that's a question to the applicant, right? But I just want to understand, like, what tools are available to us as a municipality under land use planning, where we say, we have enough of this in this neighborhood, but we need more of this in this neighborhood, then nudge applicants to deliver that.
Mr. Mayor, the application is found within a secondary corridor.
Yeah.
So this application, whether it would be for a mid-rise residential solely or for the mixed use, would be appropriate. And that is the nudge or the guidance that we as administration are using to evaluate the application, and the policy that council should be looking to through their deliberations as well.
Yeah, no, I understand. Like, it's just the probability of what will get built. Mixed use residential might be more than retail and office, recognizing. But again, okay, maybe I'll ask that question to the applicant and the information. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Okay, can someone move the second one, please?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Please vote. Yes.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Sorry, Councillor Jans, can I just confirm your vote?
In favor, yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I just wanted to come back to questions about the uses. And I think you covered this a little bit with Councillor Cartmel, but to reiterate, there's some uses that wouldn't be appropriate, like cannabis, and that's the one I made a note of, but Mr. Eidick also had indicated there were other uses that wouldn't be appropriate through other regulations in the bylaw. Can you just reiterate why cannabis and some other uses wouldn't be appropriate?
Really just cannabis, because it has additional development regulations, which include a separation distance, and it needs to be outside of 200 meters. So it's within 200 meters of a school site, which is why it's not allowed.
Okay.
Liquor store would be allowed. It doesn't conflict with any other separation distances. There are other types of uses that are limited in terms of their impact because we restrict the floor area. Say, for example, like custom manufacturing, that has to be a smaller floor plate.
Drive-through.
Yeah, there's no drive-through is permitted, yeah. So,
Okay. All right. And that's helpful to know. Although I know applicants have gone to SDAB, the Subdivision Appeals Board, for exceptions on cannabis, the cannabis separation distance. Have you found since the zoning bylaw renewal that we're seeing variances, or are you expecting variances to be granted on cannabis?
I am not expecting variances to be granted on cannabis.
And there is already a cannabis store at 149th Street and 87th Avenue, as I recall. I don't know if it's still in operation, but.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of the persons in opposition noted that there was the offer to put a caveat on title, but that's not something that we can ask the proponent to do today, or to, that's not something that you can determine in a land use hearing, correct?
Yeah, Councillor, as you know, the zoning bylaw operates independent of caveats and instruments on title. So regardless of what was agreed to between private parties, the zoning bylaw, if it was a permitted use as of right, we would issue that permit notwithstanding anything on the title.
Yeah, and it has, even if there was a caveat on title, there's really no bearing in terms of the land use decision that could be made today, correct?
Not in this circumstance, no.
If the proponent were to agree to that, would it provide any assurances through the development permit process?
No, the development permit process wouldn't look at any caveats on title, so if it was a permitted use that was applied for without any variances, that permit would be issued notwithstanding anything that was contained on title.
What would it then prohibit? Would it prohibit
So it's typically between private landowners, Councillor Hamilton, and so the zoning bylaw steps in, it does its regulatory work, and if somebody who is a party to that caveat said, hey, you know, the city granted you a permit for X, and you said that you wouldn't do X, they have to actually enforce that through the court system as a private matter.
Okay, all right. So it's a sort of interpersonal promise or an interlandowner promise. It has no bearing on. We don't get involved.
As a development officer, our development planners don't look to those when they're issuing permits under the zoning bylaw.
Okay. My last question is, what uses, because there is a lot of concern, I think, around the potential for volume of traffic generated around this site, which is somewhat, I'll say, unusual to entertain. But what uses at the site would trigger a TIA or a review of use classes at the development permit stage?
Councillor, it's about use and the area as well. What is developable? The size of the lot is not significant to house any large retail. And retail is something like a larger site that has a larger catchment, not necessarily just more localized attraction. So over here, 3,000-4,000 square feet of commercial. Whoever the end user is, the potential of high traffic generation is fairly low.
So you're talking about like a local coffee shop with no hot meal service versus therefore not needing a hood fan versus I'd say like a women's clothing store in terms of the volume of traffic generated.
Possibly.
And when you say localized.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So what I heard from our speakers is concern about the commercial use. So my question is related to the procedural process. So if we're allowed commercial use and then the adjacent to this development is like the neighborhood houses. Is there any process in the way could become the condition and for the rezoning? Somebody just walk here. So maybe the city clerk would like to check that. Yeah, go check that. Okay. That's just a distraction. Scared. So continue my question. So I want to get a concentrate. My question is there any process and could they put condition in and for the rezoning application or for the development permit application to avoid future impact, for example, the noise impact at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and also the light pollution from commercial and to the adjacent houses, neighborhoods, residents. And because why I'm asking this question, so I'm dealing with the existing example. So when that commercial at the first floor approved for the development, so this type of impact did not consider at that moment. Right now, our city administration needs to put so much effort to deal with all the complaint and to the surrounding single houses. So I think this type of things, if we could consider it to prevent it happen in the future, that would be give more certainty and for the residents.
Councillor Rice, there are provisions in the zoning bylaw which offer the development officer discretion to look at that type of thing. They can ask for crime prevention through environmental design reports. They can look at the site design. They can look at the placement of outdoor lighting. Any kind of outdoor uses that might have speakers or have the potential to cause a nuisance, they can ask for those to be designed in a certain way.
So I understand is discretion use and also the enforcement or the follow-up. But what I'm asking here is a certainty for the as a condition and as a one of the approval. So that is why I say I'm not sure from legal perspective there is a process could be embed this type of things in the approval. So to make sure future we don't need to deal with this and over and over.
So Councillor Rice, sorry, my apologies. In terms of embedding those in an approval of a zoning, that's not available to council. What you are speaking to is, and you guys have seen these before, is a direct control type of zoning. So that's the type of zoning where you could embed these types of requirements and certainty into the zoning. But that's not what's before you today. What's before you today is a standard zone, and it's either approve or not approve.
So it's different type.
Councillor, just to add to both legal and Claire's description around what other provisions are and checks and balances throughout the processes there are many. There's obviously the community standards bylaw that enforces noise and attractiveness of the site, as Claire mentioned, through the zoning bylaw and the review of the zoning bylaw of any development permit application. There are performance standards within that zoning bylaw that ensure, as Claire was mentioning, that there's cutoff lights so that light pollution isn't spilt over into adjacent uses, and other measures around screening of activities. So there's a number of regulations and provisions through the development process as well as the enforcement of the community standards bylaw that ensures appropriate development is occurring here.
So I appreciate the regulation and through the rezoning process is already exists, but I just bring this up to everybody's awareness because right now we're still dealing with residents' complaint and the complaint still not resolved yet for that type of issues. So that is why I'm asking question. But thanks for the legal to clarify. So right now, in this type of rezoning, we don't have that possibility to put in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to administration, to the proponent and folks in the opposition on any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My question on new information is to those in opposition, and perhaps I'll give Mr. Jones some time to come down, or Ms. McDowell, you come down to the microphone. But I see Ms. Riddell has put up her hand, so I guess my question to you is, Ms. Riddell, if you're still there, is something that was said triggered your, and we don't accept sort of hand raises, so to speak, but obviously something that was said was sort of raised a point of order with you, and I'm wondering if there's something that you wanted to add briefly.
Yes, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I wanted to clarify that, yes, there is a no left turn from Laurier Heights community onto 149th Street during morning and afternoon. Also, you cannot turn right onto 80th Avenue from 149th Street going into the community. Also, the LRT construction, when we were talking about the backlog of traffic, the LRT construction down 87th Avenue doesn't start until almost 159th Street. So we call it 158th Street. So this has never impacted this delay, excuse me, and backup in traffic has gone on long before that LRT was constructed. And yes, there is a cannabis store on 149th Street and 47th Avenue and 87th Avenue. So I just wanted to correct those things. And if this were to, like, I'm really upset because if all of these councillors are voting yes, I feel like we have not been listened to. We've taken an entire day just here and several hours prior to this to express our concern over this. Ms. McCourt had some really good points about not being heard. And so I feel generally none of us have been heard today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, one of the things that we talked about was the impact, and you had mentioned, Ms. McDowell, why I'm coming back to this is that you wanted to see residential uses. In the questions to administration, we've heard that residential uses are still allowed, but I'm inclined to say, and knowing that there's other conversations in the neighborhood, that you know, seeing parcels being amalgamated and seeing a more dense use in this area might be more appropriate. And I'm wondering, you know, hearing that residential use is still allowed on this site, does that change your perspective on this, or would you still like to see less commercial and more residential, or more purpose-built residential?
I think if anybody on council were to take the time to drive to the location, I think it's easy to look at it on a Google map and say, oh, there's a busy road there. We should be able to put a commercial property there. As I said before, when the slide that you saw from the developer showed the proposed site with one house next to it. So it looks like it's just one house next to it. If you were to scale back and look at a satellite or like a drone shot, you would see how many houses are in the area. It's a residential street. A commercial property doesn't belong on that property. It's residential. So, like I said, I think it can be misleading looking at Google Maps, but to be in the neighborhood and look, it doesn't belong there.
So, and I might come back to ask questions of the proponent. Under the current proposed zoning, they're talking about retail and commercial, but you could have retail and residential in the top two stories. Would that change your perspective on this?
Should be residential.
So all residential, some kind of built form.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, and leading back to, you had a question about with the Sweet Pea Cafe being commercial, that has a large parking lot. That's zoned for commercial. There's a law office in there, there's a hairdresser. There's a parking lot, a very large parking lot next to the school. That belongs there. This doesn't belong here. This is a residential lot.
Thank you. And I'll come back again to ask questions of the proponent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Can
I'll move another round.
Please, yeah.
Second.
And the proponent, please come down. Please vote.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So something that has come up again and again is that you had the ability to apply for a higher, a larger height, essentially, even if it would reduce your setbacks. And the trade-off for me right now is you have essentially 12 meters versus you could go probably to 16 on this site, or if there's a parcel amalgamation, you could go a lot higher. And knowing that in the past that's been discussed, why did, I guess, you choose a mixed use? Sorry, if you could. Oh.
Your mic, please. It's not. Why don't you just grab a seat?
Sure. Oh, I think the mic might be out.
This is going to be an awkward position for me, but I'll do my best. So, Councillor Hamilton, are you asking why we didn't ask for more height?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah.
I think we wanted to keep things as small scale as possible. So we focused on the scale of the building from an impact perspective, more so to kind of maybe balance out the uses and that type of thing.
All right. And the neighbors and community residents have expressed a lot of concern about the potential for off-site parking issues, as well as access off of 87th Avenue, as well as 145th Street. I can say firsthand, I'm familiar with the area, and it is, like, if Andrew Knack is saying it's congested, it's pretty congested. Like, so, and I find it congested as well. But, you know, I think I share some of the community's concern that the congestion doesn't get better here. You obviously, as a proponent, as someone representing the proponent, I should say, feel assured that this won't impact the sort of peaceful enjoyment of the surrounding properties. I'm guessing, I guess my question is, how did you come to that conclusion that that it won't have a serious impact in terms of the ability of people to access that site?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So it's really hard to make a determination whether it's going to impact anything or not. I think as administration indicated, there's a lot more work to be done at the development permit stage. So I think a lot of those discussions will kind of continue through those development permit discussions. So it's hard to say right now whether or not it's going to impact anything from a traffic perspective, but we were comfortable moving forward with the small scale nature of it anyways.
Okay, and something that I think the neighborhood has expressed a concern with is sort of ongoing communication and engagement. And I know that as somebody who's working for the proponent, you can't commit to anything long-term, but I'm wondering if you have a sense of what the plans for engagement are through the development permit stage.
Yeah, I think I want to clarify a few things first. So we reached out to the Community League back in June, 3 months ago on June 7th. We didn't hear anything back for the first month, so we followed up, and then we finally got a meeting with them. We picked it on a day that everyone was available, and then Ms. McCourt wasn't able to attend the meeting. So we met with the civics director. We've been back and forth with them several times via email. Christine's been on all the emails as well. The public hearing date was originally supposed to be in August. We suggested to administration that we push it to today to give them more time to review everything and provide us feedback, which they did. So I'm honestly a little hurt that that kind of those comments came out, because we feel like we went and engaged with the Community League properly. That being said, we're definitely dedicated to continuing to do so. We've done lots of projects in the past in other councillors' wards where we've continued those discussions post-public hearing, and we're happy to continue to do that. So we don't believe we didn't believe until today that the relationship was as strained as it was kind of we were led to believe today. So, but we'll make every effort to repair those as we move forward for sure.
All right, thank you. I'll let you go now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes the questions on new information. At this time, we are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Chance. We have all of those.
Display the votes, please.
It passed unanimously.
It passed, okay. All right, we are ready to move.
I can move first reading.
Okay, need a seconder?
Second.
Okay. Okay, we have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak?
Clerk, could I add my name?
Yes, you can. Okay, there we go. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this for the following reasons. In general terms, I think that when we're changing the plan in a neighborhood, changing what is long established, that it's got to be for the greater good. And I'm willing to be convinced. I will say freely that if this was a residential inclined or predominantly a residential consideration, speaking to infill, speaking to some of the other goals that council's agreed on, then I would support this. And I know that it's a single lot right now, that it seems like it's a low impact thing, that this building is not as high as what could be done under the current zoning, but I just think that we're not paying attention to the particular circumstances on this particular property. I don't see how this small little commercial piece actually makes this neighborhood better. I'm not sure what this offers that the neighborhood cannot get in the existing commercial spaces. I don't have Google Maps in front of me, but there's the spaces over on 142nd Street, which are accessible from the neighborhood and accessible by car using 142nd Street, which keeps the traffic on that secondary road. I think that ultimately this development, with as bad as traffic is in this neighborhood, and it is profoundly and severely challenged at the morning and afternoon peak hours, is just going to lead to shortcutting. And while there's signs up that say you can't do that, there's no way the police are going to be there every morning monitoring those turn prohibitions and making sure that they're respected. It just doesn't work. And even if it's only just a few clients today and a few clients on what is intended today, there is the cascading effect of the next property now essentially being automatically zoned to a commercial zoning, that it would be permitted immediately. I'm not even sure if an application has to come forward for that next lot to happen. So I just am fearful of that cascading effect. And in other circumstances, in other places, I would see that it would be more appropriate. The answers given about traffic not being a consideration around LRT construction really just does not consider the fact that this avenue has been challenged. It's been challenged for 20 years. It has not gone away. It's only going to get worse. And there needs to be fundamental changes to that whole grid. And I can understand why we wouldn't want to make changes until we have the benefit of the LRT being constructed and everything, all the construction interruptions removed and the new migration patterns established. But that doesn't mean that it's not a problem now. And we need to think about that, need to consider that. So, ignoring all of those things I shouldn't say ignoring, considering all of those things and, saying that on the balance of probabilities and impacts that this is a good thing to go forward, I'm willing to accept in a lot of circumstances, but not in this one. This one, this should be a residential development, and we should at least see the commercial developments in this particular neighborhood stay to what is already being offered, which is only just a few blocks away from any one home in that neighborhood. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak in favor of the development. I've seen a couple of these in my ward where initially there was a lot of consternation and hesitation, but really it worked out okay. And in fact, it ended up being an asset to the neighborhood. I can think of a law office where the lawyers and the partners actually live down the street, and it is now, they walk to work. There are a few less cars on the road because of them. I think we've had some really interesting conversation today about the impacts of traffic, but I can't exactly put my finger on it, but it feels like we're not going to get out of this traffic conversation on a case-by-case basis, but this is more pointing to a systemic challenge that we have as a city, that we have built all of these single-use neighborhoods that are predominantly one use or another, and that everyone in this neighborhood needs to drive to get their gallon of milk or their daycare or their cannabis in another neighborhood. That we are not building true mixed neighborhoods. And when I look at this location, when I look at what's coming forward, when I look at our transit plans, when I look at our bike plan, I mean, this is the whole goal of our active transportation strategy. This is our whole goal of why we're investing more and more in transit, is to try and help people drive less, to try and help people have alternatives and have choices. I pass this location quite frequently, and on the bus or on bike or other, you know, there's, if you're down at the zoo and you want to get an ice cream, you're leaving and you're heading up from the dog park, you have some commercial options today in 2024. But I wonder, will it be sufficient in 2034, 2044, 2054? We're not just making decisions today for this point in time at 2024. We're talking about, what do we want the next century of the city to be? And on the exterior of a neighborhood like this, in an area, having some mixed purpose and mixed opportunity is a good thing, and will add in the long-term vitality. It may seem is certainly challenging today, but I think we need to address the root cause here, which is whether this project goes ahead or not. Why do we have traffic issues in our city? We're becoming a city of 2 million people. We cannot become a city of 2 million cars, and we're going to need alternatives. And you know, when I think about the examples in my ward along 109th Street, even then there's a liquor store, and people were quite upset about the liquor store, but now the neighborhood shops at the liquor store. And, you know, it's another asset for the community. So, you know, while we have done survey after survey, we've done city plan, we've done thousands and thousands of people were engaged in city plan, and we keep coming back to the same thing, which is what we were pushing at the EFCL decades ago, the live local strategy. We want a higher walk score. We want people to have opportunities to bike, to shop, to work, to play closer to home, to have alternatives, to have options. I cannot foresee with a crystal ball what the future world of work will be in 20 years, but I do think that we're going to still need some office space. We're going to need some alternatives. We're going to need some cafes in all of these places. And city plan looks ahead to a multi-decade strategy that's not just looking at the challenges of today, but looking ahead into the opportunities of tomorrow. And that's weighing on my mind. So I'm thinking about that as I cast my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Selhi. So I will not support this development as well. As I indicated in my questions, there are some like impacts, selectively impact, and for the neighborhoods. But I do want express the appreciation and for the value and for our city plan, and also our city's development, and then all those great efforts and from developers and from our neighbors, from our residents to work together and to really want to build the city and for our city's future growth for the 2 million peoples. And however, I think there one really important point from today's conversation, what I heard is missing, is the quality of the life. The benefits, I agree with all my colleagues' points. I also agree with all the development benefits and that brought to our city, to support our city's future. But right now, and then in my ward, I'm still dealing with, and so many residents in the neighborhoods are not happy for the development as a result, as the impact, the commercial impact, and to their daily life. Every night, because it's the operation of the business, and I ask that question for this type of rezoning is not included, is not providing the opportunity for us to include that condition. And then that condition actually will build the harmony and between the commercial use and also the quality of our residents' life. But this type of rezoning does not allow that to be built in. So as a result, I'm afraid, I'm worried about this type of development if happened and in the residential area and will result the same issues what is going on in our city. I do not believe that is only one example in my ward. I believe in some other councilors' ward as well. And the people complain about 3 a.m., 2 a.m., the operation still there, and light pollutions, and also the air quality pollutions, and also noise pollutions. I think when we build the city, we cannot pay the price of the quality of life our Edmontonians. That is their daily life. So we have to put that as number one to consider those development. But I do not against development. It's about how we do it and how we balance, and everyone will be impacted and by those type of development. So if I cannot get a certainty answer and today, and then I think that is a very clear message, and we want our city Edmontonians listen here. Yes, your voice to be listened here, and we are actually consider. I also looking forward for our city administration to find a certain way how we can really incorporate this type of concerns and to prevent this type of things happen in the future at the beginning when we approve the rezoning development. So thank you very much. That's just my key point.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Actually, this neighborhood used to be super walkable. Back when it was built in the 1950s and 1960s, it had a grocery store. And it had a lot of amenities nearby. And if anyone's familiar with grocery store caveats and the horrible things that they have done to our neighborhoods, once a grocery store closed, you couldn't open one again. And that's what happened here in this neighborhood, in the commercial node that was alluded to. And over the years, the community has rebuilt that into an activity hub, and they should be really proud of that because it sat pretty dormant or underused for a lot of years. So I think that putting something, I respect the community's argument that they're not fighting the land use change, they're fighting all of the wrong land use change. I think that's actually a pretty good argument. We're going to see another application, I think, come forward in the coming months that looks to build multifamily. And we will hear that application at this time. But I respect that the adjacent property owners have said we need housing and housing diversity in this neighborhood. And while this has the potential to bring housing diversity, it also has the potential to exacerbate what I think is a really unique circumstance on that secondary arterial road, which is actually functions like 9 hours a day as a primary arterial road. If you've had to go into the West End or the South Side in morning rush hour or evening rush hour, which gets earlier and earlier every year and goes later and later into the evening, you would have had the experience of either sitting in traffic for half an hour on a 5-block stretch of road or being directed to shortcut through a neighborhood. And my office for years has fielded concerns about shortcutting. Now, granted, that's not traffic generated by the neighborhood, that's traffic generated by people trying to get home through the neighborhood. But something that I am really conscious of is that we have to stop designing neighborhoods and uses that require more policing. And to say, well, I guess that we just have more policing on these, either 145th Street for people cutting across 2 lanes of traffic and then making a sharp left turn down a service road into the public parking for this, or cutting through a neighborhood when left or turns off of 149th Street are banned, is not really an appropriate use of police time and never has been, in my opinion, and yet it's one of the things that we get asked to do the most. I think if this were primarily residential, then I would feel differently about it, though I can't suppose. But this application today, I don't think is the highest and best use of the land. I think you could have gone higher and brought that housing diversity in. I'm also, and I hear that there's some miscommunication between the parties in terms of what would have been or what the engagement was, but I think there was an opportunity to alleviate the concerns of the adjacent landowners and provide more surety, and I don't see that here. So I'm not going to support it today, but if it does happen to pass, I would encourage the proponent to be highly, I would say almost over communicative with the adjacent landowners, because as the adjacent landowners, they're by right now entitled to do their own development to that use, and I think we want to continue to encourage things that are fundamentally good for a neighborhood. So with that, I'll leave it, and I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'm struggling because I'm hearing the feedback from some of my colleagues in opposition. But I guess why I'm struggling is that if the zoning, if they had come forward, if the applicant had come forward with an RM zone on this site, a medium scale residential zone, I don't see how we'd be saying no. Because we've approved RM zoning on 1 million sites like this, in 1 million locations like this, that are aligned with our city plan. And the RM zone has the ability to have not all of the same commercial uses, but a fair number of the same commercial uses, the same community uses. And so I guess why I'm struggling is that the notion of what is now a smaller scale development than what we would normally approve here, I'm not sure why I would be saying no to that right now. That's the part that I'm struggling with. I think the intersection is tricky already, but that would exist whether we had the mixed use zone in front of us or the RM zone. And this is always one of those tense pieces, is that, we've heard the intent of the applicant is to focus more on commercial, but had the applicant come to us and said, oh, we're primarily thinking residential, would we have voted for it then? And that's my genuine question. It just so happens in this case the applicant said, well, we're actually thinking this, but if they had said we're just going to stick with residential, but we feel this use is a bit better for us, would we be saying no? And as someone that lives about 10 blocks west, this is also where I think my tension comes in, because I live in a community where I'm outlined by 3 sides of commercial use. So 149th, 87th Ave, and 156th in my home neighborhood of Jasper Park is all commercial use, and in most cases far more significant commercial use than what's being proposed for us today. It includes the medical center on 155th Street, which generates a lot of traffic. I'm going to ignore the corner of 149th and 87th, which is the corner of 2 major roads. But even at 150th Street, we have it. We have apartment buildings on that service road. On the east side of 149th Street, west side of 149th Street, we've got banks and, dental clinics and you name it. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out what makes this site unique that we shouldn't be approving commercial, which even before the zoning bylaw was approved, before this current version of the zoning bylaw, this is a site where we would have done commercial. So that's like, and so I was listening intently because I'm trying to figure out what am I missing of the uniqueness of this site compared to other mature communities that are in similar positions. And so I don't see anyone else on the board, so I'm going to retain an open mind to see if there's other perspectives. But I heard the critique from one of the residents about feeling not heard, and yet I'm actually feeling like if we said no, we're essentially setting up them for a much larger scale development than what has been asked for. So that's where my struggle is right now, is that in interest of trying to hear what I've heard from the residents, I'm worried that saying no is a little bit of a be careful what you wish for, because if you say no to this, I can't see how we wouldn't get something higher scale in forms of impact coming before us. And I've just heard everyone else say if that's what was here before us, then we would say yes. And so if we would say yes to that, I'm not sure for myself why I would be saying no to something smaller scale. So that's sort of where I'm at, but I'm interested in others' thoughts. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't have a lot more to add. Councillor Knack really addressed the main thing that I was thinking about, and that is, okay, we say no to this, and we get an application later for a large housing project. That would be far more impactful with traffic and you know, any kind of congestion that people are worried about. And that's sort of where I'm at, because it's not a maybe, it's a certainty, as certain as we can be about these kinds of things, leaving some room for error. But this can also come back to us as a larger scale commercial. There's so many things that can happen, even with the current zoning. It can be rebuilt as in any other number of ways without rezoning. That would impact the traffic in similar ways. So this is, I'm having the exact same struggle as Councillor Knack on this one, because if we say no to this, it's not a possibility. It's a very, very real chance that we see something very, very different and far more impactful go into the area. And so it's a really tough conversation. And if we say no to this, again, like, there can be things built on here anyway that will have similar impact. So this is part of the communication, I think, about zoning that really has to happen. And that is, and because we've seen this a few times now, where there hasn't been the information clearly presented that says, this is what can already go there. These are all the forms, these are all the impacts. This is what's being proposed, and here's the forms and impacts, and here's what else can actually go there, and these would be the forms and impacts. Which is your preferred outcome? Because the status quo is not going to happen. And I think that's part of the problem. And then folks come and they say, well, I don't want this specific thing, and feel unheard. And that's not where we want to be. So on one hand, I think it would be extremely easy to just say, you know what, just say no, not my problem, not my headache. But on the other hand, there are different mobility networks going into this area that are going to alleviate some of these pressures. And I've been in the area many, many times. I know the roads very well. I've got friends who live just right near there. And looking at the map, as I'm doing right now, and looking at the proposal, I don't see it. I don't see how this is the worst option. And I don't see how it's not an allowable land use. If we're looking purely through the land use lens, there's actually nothing egregious about this proposal. So I'm going to listen to what everyone else has to say, but at this moment, I'm inclined to vote in support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
No, I am struggling with this as well. I am familiar with Laurier Heights neighborhood. I've been driven through that number of times, and actually, matter of fact, done that during this summer, just driving around into different parts of the city, and meeting with the people, adjusting hi to them as they were out and about in the neighborhood. I've done that with in the Laurier Heights as well. Where I am struggling is if we really want to build mixed-use communities, what is lacking in Laurier Heights is Laurier Heights is predominantly single family. And there are very, very few choices for multifamily in Laurier Heights. But Laurier Heights also has enough commercial and retail space on the edges of the neighborhood along 149, on 149 to the corner, and that's where my struggle is. Like, if we are looking for the best use of this site, I rather see more residential high-density infill at that site instead of commercial and office space, right? But unfortunately, that is not what is in front of us. What is in front of us is this application. So what I'm struggling is that if I vote against it, I don't know what will happen to that site, right? Will applicant bring forward higher density, which I will definitely be open to looking at it, and I can't say support or not because of the regulatory role that we have, right? I don't know what will happen if that will happen, but I'm really struggling. That's what I'm going to articulate this, right? I think this is allowed under what we have approved under zoning regulation, the zoning renewal. But I think at some point, my worry is that would this development as proposed would actually take place or not? It may not even happen. I don't know. Maybe they have done some market analysis or not, right? So I'm really struggling. I'll look forward to hearing both sides. I really don't know which way I'm going to vote, honestly, because I rather see residential here, but that's not what is in front of us. And I don't know how community would react if there was a very high-density residential proposal here as well. So I'll listen to Councillor Stevenson in her closing remarks, and let's see how I...
Well, thank you. I failed to understand that I was setting myself up to sum up this entire conversation, but really appreciate the conversation today, the dialogue, for all of our speakers who came out. I think this really gets to the challenges we face when we take a high-level plan and put it into practice. I know this neighborhood has existed as it does for many years, and yet I would argue that this rezoning isn't necessarily a change in plan. This recommendation or this rezoning is absolutely in line with the city plan that we developed with thousands of Edmontonians' input. The only thing that's not in line is that we would actually expect more development on this site than what's before us today. We are planning for this change. We're planning for these types of developments because the way we've built in the past is not serving us the way we need to be served moving into the future. Change is scary, but the status quo is even scarier. We see the impacts of that with the traffic that we're hearing on 87th Avenue. We hear that in terms of shortcutting, not having walkable, connected places for people. Any changes to the neighborhood we love is difficult, but that fear of change can sometimes lead us to miss opportunities. Earlier today, we approved a rezoning on a very similar scale for some professional offices in a neighborhood where I know that will contribute positively. I know other neighborhoods I represent were very concerned about the potential for commercial in their neighborhoods, and those have ended up being significant assets for them. I think we heard about traffic concerns, which are very valid, very important in terms of providing safety for everyone on the road. And we do have other tools to address that. We do have street labs. We have interventions that can help to address and reduce any concerns with safety that there may be. When it comes to commercial versus residential, I think it's very true. We don't don't have that option before us. I think that the people who are best positioned to understand if the need is there is those who are putting their capital investment into that development. If there's no demand for that commercial, they will fail. And so my expectation is that they're considering that decision very carefully and ensuring that there is an end user for that building. So I do encourage my colleagues to support. This is in line with our city plan, with our district planning, and those are the guideposts that we use to help us move through this change as a community to come out stronger in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Wright is a yes.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Wright and Councillor Jens. Councillor Rutherford? Oh, okay, sorry. We're just waiting on a few votes.
I haven't e-scribe yet. Did you just, here. Here we go, got it.
No for me.
Thank you, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Okay. We are,
I will move.
oh, sorry, yeah.
Second reading of item 3.16.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Jens. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading for item 3.16.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Jens. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
put it on the spreadsheet.
Okay, we will reconsider.
Reconsider.
Reconsider the reconsideration. Please vote.
Yes. We can, if the assembly is
Yeah,
okay with
unanimously, yeah, it
reconsideration,
is.
then we can just-
Can you move the third reading, please?
Yes,
Final
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20877.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Jens. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are carrying on to, we only have 12 minutes. We'll try to do as much we can on item 3.17.
Can we do a quick point of order
Yeah.
agenda check? Because I'm worried that if we're starting 10 minutes and then it's not till next public hearing at this point, isn't it just better to do it all at once?
We'll seek some advice from plan admin.
It does make sense if we want to do it all at once. I guess there's a number of people here waiting as well to speak, so there might be an opportunity to get through some.
There's one person signed up in support, which is obviously on behalf of the application, and one person signed in opposition, right? Or are there more than one? No, Wendy and Toniak. Oh, they are back. Okay, all right. Okay, then. Or two in opposition. Okay. Well, so unfortunately, then we, when will that next public hearing be?
October 1st, 2020.
October 1st. Unfortunately, this goes to October 1st.
We have to move it, don't we?
Yes.
We have to move it.
Just
Yeah, you can postpone it by motion.
by move a motion to postpone both the 3.17 and 3.18. Okay, can someone move that?
Can I
please?
move that? And I need to double check. Can I move that so that they're first on the agenda? the first two items. I know sometimes you don't like that, but
Yeah,
I
yes,
also would prefer to.
we can create unfinished business section on the agenda, so the two items being postponed.
So
I don't know if we
agenda
can-
has
yeah.
been advertised, or is about to be advertised, so it may be difficult to do that.
We could, at the start of that meeting,
To
choose to
reorder.
bump those up if we wanted to, but we can't make a motion saying that
Correct.
right now. Okay, so I'll move that we postpone, noting, well, I'll speak to it, that, well, very quickly, once
Okay.
somebody seconds it.
Okay, need a second?
Second.
Okay,
Just very quickly noting that at the start of that public hearing, I will make a motion to have those two items, the first and second.
Yeah.
So that our speakers can plan their time accordingly, since they've been here all day with us.
yes, okay, all right. Please vote.
In favor.
Sorry, we're just waiting on 3 votes. Councillor Carmel?
Yes, for me.
Yes, for me.
Thank you. And Councillor Paquette?
I was a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Sorry, it's carried unanimously.
Carry unanimously, okay. Yes,
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just wanted to remind the Assembly that that public hearing was open, so you're still in an open public hearing, even though it's been postponed to October 1st. So all the regular legal advice applies about receiving information about those applications outside of the
so
public
wait, can you explain that, please? What is-
Absolutely,
yeah.
yeah. So you are in a live public hearing, and remember that the Assembly has to receive information within the public hearing process. So my advice to you is between now and when this goes forward on October 1st, that you don't receive information outside of the public hearing process about those 2 files.
Okay, great.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Any notice of motions or motion without customary notice? I see none. We are adjourned.